All right.
People are ducking and diving, but no.
Good luck.
Una mailen saya straight khuri sinkali lele. I'll catch up with you guys later. Good morning, everyone. It's Memory.
Good morning, Memory.
Morning. Yara Aiden na man kanyo dira naal trek we.
More than hundreds of sparrows.
Khalil, laat weet my as ons reg is.
Yes, Councillor Stoneman, we are ready. We can start. We have at least 61 participants already, and people are still joining. They're in the waiting room. And I'm sure in the next 5-10 minutes, we will probably see that number increase, but we can start, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Khalil. Good morning, all councillors, all officials, municipal managers, our staff. Thank you for being part of this provincial Members Assembly. We start today, our second day. Yesterday was a very, very fruitful day with very good presentations and participation that we had. We welcome each and every one of you to this day 2, and we'll start immediately. I just want to reflect on the purpose of the PMA is to, amongst others, considering the following. 1, act in accordance to the directions of the provincial conference. 2nd, adopt the provincial members program of action, business plan and budget in respect of the ensuing year. Consider reports from the provincial working groups and oversight bodies and deal with any other issues emanating from the provisions applicable to the provincial members in this constitution. Then I want to repeat the housekeeping items as was done yesterday. We request that delegates only make use of the video function when speaking. Remember to look at the camera, not the screen. Secondly, mute your mic if you are not speaking. Thirdly, use the chat to pose questions or raise your hand to share ideas and engage in the dialogue. Then wait for the facilitator to call you or unmute your mic. And lastly, remember presentations will be made available via email. Then if questions is submitted, submit questions through the chat at any time. We will do the question and answer near the end of the PMA. And there on your chart, you can see how the facility works. We will start immediately and I will observe a moment of silence for all that persons in our country as well as abroad who passed on due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Let's have a moment of silence starting now. Thank you very much, colleagues. Our program for today, as we have started now, our first session, the purpose of the first session is to get an update on the engagements on unlawful land occupation and the work done with spatial planning and land use challenges in certain settlements, which will be done by Khalil Mulaji. Sienna and Rosalie will talk to the item on integrated land management and administration systems. So this is the three persons that will deal with the first issue, and I will ask Khalil to start with it. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Chair. What we've done earlier this morning is to discuss just the change in the sequence.
Okay.
Siana from our national office will give an overview of the issue around land. So I'll ask him to start and I will end the discussion. So just a slight change in the sequence. Over to Siana.
Thank you very much. Siana, you're on.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stoneman. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Alderman Kotsia, the chairperson of SALGA in the Western Cape. If you allow me for purposes of time to just confirm that indeed all protocol is observed.
Thank you.
Indeed, as Khalil has just indicated, mine is to just reflect on the subject matter, excuse me, and to frame what will eventually be 3 different presentations, but all speaking to the subject matter as framed in the program, which is linked to the management of land in South Africa generally and in our municipalities in particular. I think the challenges that are confronted, that confront land issues are common cause. We not always focus on the totality of the picture, perhaps for purposes of the pressures that we find ourselves under at any given point. So ours is to try and get into that conversation from a holistic point of view. So perhaps as a starting point, as indicated in the program at the SALGA conference in 2016, we were mandated to do some research that will enable us to support our member municipalities on how they manage land, particularly for development purposes, how they then acquire that land, how they then dispose of land that they don't necessarily need, and how they then utilize that to deliver on their IDPs, spatial development framework, and to effect spatial transformation as a whole. We have subdivided this work as mandated by the conference in a number of different ways. There's a number of different projects that we're currently working on, 3 of which will be presented here today. So as part of that research, we noted that many municipalities across the country do not have either a coherent and council-approved policy on the acquisition or disposal of land. So the first input is work that we have done in order to guide municipalities that don't have that already. Those that already have can just refine and or continue as is if their systems are already working well. But for those who do not have those policies, we have developed a generic municipal land acquisition and release policy, which they can then take, adapt to their own circumstances, pass through their own internal council processes, adopt, and then utilize. So that's on the one hand. The second set of inputs, which will be led by a partner of ours, a research and think tank institute, which is located within the University of the Western Cape, it relates to a study on the progress, the opportunities and challenges, the gaps in the overall land administration in the country and how it affects municipalities. So that piece of work would be led by Dr. Rosalie Kingwell. And then the last input would be on some of the challenges that the incoherent land administration system and the incoherence in the municipal environment and how they manage land results in, and the challenges that result out of that, which is now the unlawful occupation of land. Some of the work, incidentally, which is a national initiative, but which has been led by Khalil in the SALGA Western Cape on behalf of SALGA National, as SALGA Collective, is a set of instruments that are geared to assist and support municipalities on how to manage unauthorized occupation of land. You will note in that input that Khalil will make that on the one hand, we try to mitigate this in a proactive manner to mitigate the risk of unauthorized occupation of land. But we do know that in many instances, that happens despite our best efforts. So the response mechanisms by the municipalities first and foremost, but the municipalities also collaborating with other agencies within the state as well as outside of the state. So I thought it is important to highlight that thread that cuts across all these 3 different inputs, because we need to be looking at them in combination, even if it is 3 different projects within the family of SALGA. On that note, Chairperson, through yourself, I would like to hand over to Ms. Neo Molefe, who will lead us in the input relating to this generic policy on municipal land acquisition and release. I see she is starting to share her screen. Neo, whenever you're ready, you can take the stage and proceed through you, Chairperson, if you allow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yana. Ms. Nel, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can I humbly request to not share my video due to reasons beyond my control? When I do share my video, it normally compromises the audio quality. So if you may allow me to present without sharing my video, I'd sincerely appreciate it.
It's fine. You may proceed.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. As Mr. Nkhatle has already indicated, the purpose of my presentation is to share with the PMA the generic land acquisition and disposal policy that we as SALGA currently developing. As a point of departure, for the development of a generic land acquisition and disposal policy, we have noted a number of challenges that municipalities face with the development of land acquisition and disposal policies. And what we've noted throughout the years when we have been engaging with municipalities on this specific subject matter, is that municipalities continue to experience challenges with the acquisition of land that is owned by the state, that is owned by SOEs, and that is also in private hands. And these challenges significantly delay the efforts of municipalities in regards to housing and service delivery. There's a number of reasons that can be attributed to municipalities' limited ability to acquire land in an efficient and expeditious manner. There's a whole host of reasons, but for purposes of this specific presentation, and also to give some credibility to the process that we've undertaken, we'd like to highlight that one of the reasons is the lack of clear legislative directives on land acquisition by municipalities. So what we've noted is that a lot of the municipalities that we have managed to engage do not have proper land acquisition and disposal policies. In some instances, some municipalities just don't have any policy that speaks to land acquisition and disposal, and that speaks to property management or land administration broadly. So this has in effect given rise to the need for us to develop some kind of generic policy to assist those municipalities that don't necessarily have an idea of where to start. This particular slide, I'm going to skip through it, but it's just to give a sense of the picture that we've had. And I must also note that the information is subject to change, and it is based on the responses that we received to the SALGA circular, my apologies, to the SALGA circular that we issued in 2018. My apologies, it's not SALGA Circular 8 of 2019. It's actually Circular 8, I think, of 2018, if I'm not mistaken. And out of the responses that we received, we got confirmation that 4 out of the 25 local municipalities, well, 24 plus 1 metro municipality in the province has confirmed that they do have a policy that speaks to land acquisition and disposal. Like I said, this information is subject to change. There were some responses that we didn't receive, so we do acknowledge that the figure might be slightly higher. So based on the challenge that we've indicated in the earlier slides, we as SALGA have initiated the development of a generic policy that municipalities can then adapt to suit their specific contexts. You will see in the policy that the generic policy is not specific, and so it doesn't specific to a certain context, because we wanted the policy to be adaptable, easily adaptable. So it draws on the legislative framework governing land administration and management. So we've really done our checks and balances in terms of ensuring that the policy that is developed and adapted by municipalities does speak to what is allowed, permitted, and not permitted in terms of the current legislative framework. The policy aims to address the land administration and management challenges that are experienced by municipalities. And these are, and I must say, this is not an exhaustive list, but these were the transversal challenges that came out in the discussions that we've had with a number of municipalities. The one challenge is the lack of uniformity and consistency in dealing with property transactions. What we've noted is that there is no set procedures, there is no system in some municipalities, there is no consistent understanding or interpretation of what needs to be done. I mean, interpretation, sorry, of the current legislation, and in turn, what needs to be done and what processes need to be followed in municipalities with reference to land acquisition and disposal. There's also a lack of clear directives on which processes and requirements are mandatory and which are optional. So you'd find that some municipalities opt to use or adopt certain processes while others don't. But the legislation is quite clear with regards to land disposal in particular, in terms of what ideally needs to happen, what processes need to be followed, what are the minimum requirements. And what we've also noted is in some municipalities, you might even find that internally, there are some inconsistencies in terms of what officials opt to follow in terms of mandatory processes and what they opt not to follow. What we've also noted is that there's a lack of transparency within the context of land administration and management. And that lack of transparency is primarily as a result of poor public participation practices by municipalities. And if you go down to the root of the problem, you realize that the lack of clear directives in terms of what should be done and what shouldn't be done is actually the real reason why there would be some inconsistencies and also a lack of transparency. And the last challenge that we've noted, the transversal challenge, is the high levels of inefficiencies within municipalities, but also within the broader land administration system. We've found that a lot of the land transactions become long drawn out processes that actually take many years to be concluded. But what does that say for the service delivery and housing delivery efforts of local government? So these are issues that we need to think about. And this is also part of the reason why we've initiated the development of a generic land policy that would at least start to assist or begin to assist municipalities in terms of creating efficient, what we call immovable property administration systems. Before I actually delve into the context, what am I? Okay, sorry. I'm battling with technology here, sorry. Before I actually delve into the details of what is contained in the policy, I need to also make the PMA aware that in terms of the definition that we've used, the definitions that we've used in the policy, we have actually used the terms immovable property and land interchangeably. But in essence, they mean the same thing within the context of the generic policy. I know there might be debates around whether that is correct or not, but in order to address the issues of the inconsistent interpretation of legislation and the issues around lack of uniformity, we've decided to use the terms land and immovable property interchangeably, but they essentially mean the same thing. The generic policy is anchored on a number of guiding principles that speak to spatial justice, sustainability, efficiency, resilience, good administration, transparency, uniformity, and spatial performance management. And we've drawn these guiding principles from a number of pieces of legislation that speak to spatial planning and land use management, that speak to property management, that speak to land acquisition and disposal. So we insist and urge municipalities to anchor their land acquisition and disposal policies on these specific principles. The policy also, importantly, urges municipalities to assume a programmatic approach to land acquisition. We do acknowledge that the acquisition of land on an ad hoc basis is inevitable, but we are also not encouraging it. We are saying and encouraging municipalities to align their IDP and SDF processes with their land acquisition and disposal decision-making processes. We believe that that synergy and that alignment will assist municipalities in the longer term in terms of meeting their strategic objectives. I'm going to, in the interest of saving time, because I have been informed that I shouldn't take more than 15 minutes, I would have loved to actually get into the details of what we have actually contained, what we have outlined in the policy. But it would actually add to the discussions and make them actually more fruitful. But in the interest of saving time, I'm just going to essentially outline the structure of the policy and indicate what has been indicated or stated in the various sections of the policy. Like I said, I would have actually loved to go into, say, for instance, the legislative framework and look at what the MFMA says, or go into the policy context and outline what the IUDF says. But I am trying to honor the instruction or the request that has been made to stick to 15 minutes. So in terms of the policy, we've tried as much as possible to align it to a standard land acquisition and disposal policy. If you perhaps look at the various policies that have been developed by South African municipalities, you'll note that there's certain sections within those policies that are standard. But we've also added here and there sections that might not necessarily be included in a policy, and that's actually one specific section that I'm going to point to. So we start off by defining the terminology in the policy, and the aim of that is to minimize the inconsistent interpretation of the policy directive. So we're addressing the one issue around the lack of consistency and lack of uniformity, and as a result, a poor or inconsistent implementation of the policy, or of land acquisition and disposal practices. And then we go into the problem statement. This is not standard to a policy, but we've decided to include it because we want municipalities to also, we are encouraging municipalities to apply in their minds and actually look at their specific contexts and look at what the issues are and challenges are with regards to land acquisition and disposal within their respective areas of jurisdiction. And then we go into the legislative framework and outline acts and regulations governing land acquisition, disposal, and management. The aim here is to define the legislative parameters of the policy and to also indicate and confirm that the policy does indeed comply with the laws governing land acquisition and disposal. We then go into a discussion about the policies that impact on processes relating to land acquisition and disposal. And the aim here is to reinforce the argument that IDPs and SDS, those specific policies or tools, need to inform land acquisition and disposal within local government. We then discuss the guiding principles, which I had briefly discussed earlier, and then go into a discussion on the responsibilities. Here we're saying that municipalities need to indicate which department is responsible for the development and review of the policy. We want to create some level of accountability within local government insofar as land acquisition and disposal is concerned. We then define the scope of the land acquisition and disposal policy. Here, we are outlining the processes that are mandatory, the requirements that are mandatory, and we are also indicating the properties that are subject to the provisions of the policy. There are some properties that will not be subject to the provisions of the policies. For instance, movable property would not be, as much as the MFMA in section 14 covers movable and immovable property. We are saying specifically the focus of the policy is on immovable property. And there also is, the general practice is to define processes for acquisition and disposal of land for housing delivery, and have a separate process for the delivery of acquisition and disposal of land for general service delivery. So we want municipalities to decide whether they want to include all property, whether it's for housing delivery or service delivery, or whether they want to create a clear distinction between the two. And then we also have a section on exclusion. It's just to reinforce what we had indicated under the scope and compliance section, where we are basically outlining the properties that are not subject to the provisions of the policy. We then get into the most important part of the policy, which is the policy directives. And in this specific section, there's directives, it indicates rather, sorry, directives that municipalities need to comply with in the land administration and management practices. And the aim here is to ensure that municipalities are able to undertake the following processes in line with the current legislative prescripts. So we outline processes and requirements for acquisition of land by municipalities. And I must say here, the current legislative framework is not clear in terms of the processes that municipalities need to follow in terms of land acquisition and disposal. And then we go into the processes and requirements that municipalities need to follow in the transfer or disposal of property. And then we also then break down the disposal process further, and specifically look at properties that are subject to leases, municipal owned properties that are subject to leases. And we outline the processes that municipalities would need to follow in terms of leasing property, a municipal owned property. We then include sections on immovable property management systems and the immovable property register. And we're saying that municipalities should have systems to monitor property performance and to also regulate compliance with the policy itself. And we are also urging municipalities to have repositories for the storage and management of data on municipal owned land. And we also are encouraging municipalities, and we urge them to undertake land audits for all property, or all land rather, that is within the municipality's area of jurisdiction. The very last section, and I'm almost done, is outlining monitoring and evaluation requirements for municipalities within the context of the land administration and management practices. That, Chairperson, concludes my presentation. I hope I didn't exceed my time significantly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nell. Delegates, I would like you to get your questions ready when we're done with all the presentations. And please, when you raise your questions, indicate to whom you refer that certain question. Thank you very much. We will move on to Dr. Rosalie Kingwell now and give her the opportunity. She's from the Institute of Poverty, Land and Agrarian Studies. I'll give her the opportunity now to address you. Dr. Rosalie?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, quite clear, Doctor.
Good. Thank you. Good morning to everybody. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to share this research that we engaged in. It's more than research. It's actually a program to engage, a program of engagement, but it's based on research. So just to clear up the institutional side of things, this program is being led by PARI and PLAS in a partnership. PARI is the Public Affairs Research Institute based in Johannesburg. And PARI, in fact, is the one that contracted me to do an overview or a review or a diagnostic report on land administration in South Africa. And then based on that, we are entering into engagements with key stakeholders and programs. And we regard SALGA as one of the most critical entry points because of reasons that should become clearer after my presentation. So the purpose of this project, which we hope will actually move into program, is to address critical problems in land administration in a co-developed and co-owned diagnostic report. And we're going to make suggestions for concrete action and to develop an engagement strategy with key stakeholders in government and private sector and NGOs actually, to address the dysfunction and fragmentation of South Africa's land administration system. This speaks to the previous presentation by Ms. Molefe, but what we are doing is we're looking at the problems in land administration from a broader perspective, not only from the municipal perspective, because the diagnosis we make is that municipalities are stuck with the symptoms of a poor national land administration system and are left with trying to piece all the bits and pieces together, as you've seen with the presentation that discussed all the issues about incoherence, inconsistency, and so on. And while you do have that problem at the municipal level, we are trying to look at it from the overall national level. And we think that if we can address it at the national level, it will make the municipal side of things so much easier and clearer. The rationale will be clearer. The mechanisms will become clearer. So the whole idea of the project is to start a process of problem solving, but that it must be based on structural reform, because the other part of the diagnosis is that there are structural problems. This is not just that there are, inefficiencies, which there are, and poor governance, which there are, but we're saying there's a structural problem. So we want to do the two things hand in hand. As we problem solve, we are looking at the structural problem. So it becomes an iterative process. And the ultimate aim is to build an inclusive, integrated land administration system that functions in the interests of all, and with particular concern for the poor and excluded.
So, Richard, can I interject? Can I interject briefly? Apologies to do that to you, Rosa.
Sure.
There's a presentation. Are you going to share it on your side? Do you want me to move the slides for you, or how best do you want to?
Oh, is it that are they not on? Sorry, I've been talking to my. I thought it was on.
Apologies. Yeah.
I wonder what happened there, because I did press screen sharing. Let me see what's happened there. It seems to be some technical problem, because I've got my screen up, screen share. Did it come up now?
Yes.
It's on.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was up all along. So I've wasted time a little bit, but hopefully you understood what I was saying. But I'm going to put up the slide that just shows the institutional side of things. That it's Public Affairs Research Institute in partnership with PLAS. And then I talked about the purpose of the project. We don't need to go over that again. And now I feel that we need to clarify what we mean by land administration. We use the word, and it means different things to different people. And what it often means to people is land tenure administration. I don't think SALGA falls into that trap, but many people do. Because land administration doesn't translate into land tenure, although land tenure is a part of land administration. So our definition of land administration is it's the operational element of land governance. It refers to the processes, institutions, and actions of governing, the way goals are set, policies are implemented, actions are undertaken to realize goals and policies and to mediate competing interests. A very critical element of land administration is to mediate competing interests, because when it comes to land, there are always competing interests. So land governance comprises all the relevant land-related institutions, land policies, laws, strategies, plans, organizational and operational arrangements, and so on. And I think this accords very well with the previous presentation. But we often find that people don't fully understand this, but it seems that municipalities have had to grapple with this, and they do understand that. So our definition of land administration is the processes of determining, recording, and disseminating information about the relationship between people and land. And it's in pursuance of national land policy goals, plans, and strategies. And very important is that it includes state and non-state institutions, as well as the private sector. We have a very strong private sector element in land administration in South Africa. And given the weak governance of land in South Africa, there's a very strong participation by community organizations in land administration. Often in informal settlements and rural settlements, land administration is actually performed by community organizations. So land administration is the set of integrated and integrating institutions. And just to show a graphic of how we structure this approach, is the policy sits on the top of the roof of the whole thing, which is the roof of land governance. And that's where the vision and goals and strategies are then worked out from policy. And then the pillars of operationalizing all of that is land administration. And one can categorize that as land tenure, land value, land use, and land development. And because of all the problems in South Africa, because of our problems in land administration, a very critical element of it is conflict resolution institutions. And what the foundation of the entire thing is the land information and spatial data system. And we argue that that's one of the first places we need to start at a national and municipal level. So just to look at it in a different way, these are the functions of land administration. And I can't go into all of these because of our time constraints. So I'm just going to talk to the columns on the left that give the categories. So the first category is the juridical element and administrative and technical. These are all to do with rights, allocation of rights, how you delimit parcels, that is the boundary definition, demarcation. Adjudication is absolutely critical. I will hopefully have time to come back to that. Conflict resolution and recording or registration. We don't only regard property as property if it's registered in the deeds office. And then there's the regulatory aspects, and this is where municipalities are currently playing a critical role in terms of the constitutional functions, which is the zoning and land use issues. And then there are all the fiscal issues, property assessment, taxation, and compensation. And then, as I've already mentioned, critically important is the land information management system, which currently is completely fragmented all over the country. And then enforcement of all of the above, particularly to defend land rights. So what we're trying to do in this project is to first identify the problem correctly. We feel that there's been a misdiagnosis of the problem in national government in particular. There's been an overemphasis at the national level on land tenure forms, trying to change land tenure forms. And we've seen that that hasn't really changed the situation. In fact, things have got worse in spite of all these commitments to upgrading tenure, etc. It doesn't seem to have an effect because it's not addressing structural and institutional issues. So land administration is complex and multiplex. So complex means it's a system of moving and fixed parts, and multiplex means there are many things happening at the same time. So this means it needs a lot of coordination, very, very clear policy level, and clear and structures that are integrated. So there are very many problems. We can't just identify one problem in our diagnosis. But the main one that we do identify is that the system is fragmented. Land administration is supposed to be a system, but in South Africa, it's not a system. The parts are not working in tandem and the elements are not harmonized. So the challenge that we are putting out is to find the interrelationships between the parts. First, you identify the parts, find the interrelationships, and start building integrating institutions so that we can, you know, find a unifying golden thread that runs through the whole thing. So one of our ways of helping people understand the function of land administration in a society like ours in particular, where we have don't have a homogeneous society, a lot of inequality and spatial and racial inequalities and differences. I talked to this idea of thinking about a road network. A road network is interconnected, but it's not all roads are the same. Some are municipal, some are provincial roads, some are national roads, some are highways, some are gravel roads, but they're interconnected. They're not separated out. And if one thinks of the road network as the land administration infrastructure, it's like an infrastructure that unites all different kinds of vehicles. So think of land rights as being the vehicles that needn't all be the same. Some are buses, some take lots of occupants, some are single cars, some are Ubers with rental passengers, etc. So that is a way to understand how land administration could provide the integrating infrastructure to allow for diverse rights. We don't have to find one single uniform system of rights, like freehold doesn't have to be the gold standard for everybody. So the diagnosis is there are severe structural problems in land administration, and it's resulting in a mismatch between systems that are misconceived, but they're often conceived as formal or informal, and these are often set up as an oppositional thing, a binary. But we're saying that if we stop seeing it like that and seeing these as interconnected, we can start getting to grips with the problem. We feel there's been a failure to redesign land administration in a purposeful way to meet the challenges of contemporary South Africa. And our systems, structures, policies are still carrying the baggage of apartheid, of the past. We just took over the old system as it was and then reconfigured the way in which the different tiers of government would handle them. But it didn't address land administration as a reform domain. It should be a land reform domain, and an integrating one, not a pillar, but it should be an integrating one, and it should have been identified as a part of land reform. You know, we have restitution, redistribution, and tenure reform, but the main one should have been land administration reform. So the main effect of this failure has been fractured land administration systems that are constantly being reproduced as we see in these piecemeal law reforms, ad hoc approaches, municipalities having to pick up the pieces after unlawful occupations. But that unlawful occupations is really a symptom of a much bigger problem that municipalities then have to pick up. So in starting to conclude, to summarize, land administration is fragmented in a way that is very detrimental to contemporary society. It should be recognized as a governance reform domain in terms of many sections of the Constitution, but mainly section 9, 25, and 33 that deal with equality, the right to equality, and property rights in section 25, and 33 is just administration. Section 33 is particularly relevant, that we should be drawing on. Land administration should play an overarching integrating role for land reform and other governance institutions. And then what's so critical for SALGA to think about is to revisit the constitutional functions across the 3 tiers of government, because land is in the national domain. Land is a national function, and all that it get, by the time it comes down to the municipal level, you get mainly the land use issues that are your exclusive domain. But actually there's a problem there, that we need to revisit that, to try and link those 3 much more, deconcentrate these powers so that municipal governance has more access to the national functions. But by saying that, we're not saying we want municipalities to take over those functions, because there's that wouldn't be the correct allocation of functions, because there certainly wouldn't be the capacity, and it would fragment things further. But we're saying there should be more linkages between the national and the municipal sphere. And we're saying that land administration was not identified as the land reform domain, which is a problem. So everything tended to revolve around land tenure reform. So what we're seeing in South Africa is land administration is often localized, and it's taken over, it's having to be done by NGOs and community organizations. And that often results in these hybrid arrangements between municipalities and community organizations. So have I got time to discuss this, or should we leave it to the discussion period? This is just the last slide, or the second last slide.
Doctor, you may proceed.
Okay, so in our discussion with SALGA, we feel that SALGA can play a critical role by bringing an integrated perspective to land administration. In your engagement with the project that's up and running, but we don't feel it's really hitting all the right notes, which is the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development's Integrated Land Administration System. It's an initiative in the department, in the national department, and I believe SALGA is interacting with the national government there. But, and certainly in all my work over many, many decades, I've been pushing for the idea of an integrated land administration system. And it came out loud and clear in the presidential advisory report on land reform and agriculture last year. They took up a lot of our proposals, but when it came to actually responding to the proposals we made, they have developed this integrated land administration that's very, very limited. It isn't understood in the way that we've been understanding it, as integrated across the board. The approach to integration is simply to integrate the spatial and the land tenure and the so on. You know, it's just a very narrow definition of land administration. So we feel that with a better understanding of what it could be, that SALGA could play a role in influencing a more purposeful and deeper approach in the department. I'm going to leave that. So all in all, feedback from SALGA will be extremely useful for our work. And we will want to incorporate your inputs into our next draft of my the review report I'm doing. And we are earnestly hoping to pursue our conversations with SALGA in terms of future collaboration, even considering co-branding the review, moving into provincial engagements and so on. So our integrated land administration project is now proceeding into this consultative engagement phase, even though I'm still busy finalizing the narrative report, which will obviously be made available to you. And a key methodology we are suggesting is to move away from just this conceptual approach into test sites, to start trialing integrated information systems, doing land records for informal settlement, and so on. So we want to identify particular sites to start developing a bottom-up approach to inform the whole reform initiative. But it's got to be bottom-up meeting top-down. It's not just bottom-up on its own. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kingwell. Colleagues, we thank Mrs. Siana, Mrs. Nell, and as well as Dr. Rosalie. Now's the opportunity for us to raise some questions. And whenever we raise the question, please indicate to which presentation you refer to so that the presenters can prepare for the answers. So I will open the floor now and give you an opportunity to raise your blue hands, and then I will give you the opportunity to speak. If not, you will have the opportunity to submit your questions through the chat function that is also available. I do have some hands, and I will give the opportunity first to Councillor Derek Hendrikse. Please indicate to whom you refer your question. Councillor Hendrikse, you're on.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the opportunity. And thank you very much for the two presentations. Chair, I forgot now the name of the lady that did the first one about the policies and that. Very short, Chair. Can we get a copy of, call it this draft policy that you spoke about? I know that the slides just highlighted the things, but it seems that there's some sort of a draft policy that was prepared. If we can maybe get a copy of that. And then to the second speaker, I think I want to thank them for the work they've been doing on this very important matter. And I think this has also come at a very opportune time, taking into consideration what municipalities in our country is going through about land issues. But what I know this is a very high level presentation, but again, I would like to see some details or proposals that they find to be, say, best practices. You know, where municipalities, I know we've got all this legislation that she refers to, but is there any suggestion, or did she find maybe a best practice in any municipality in the country that has dealt with at the municipal level to address the needs that is enshrined in all our constitution and all these initiatives about land reform? The reason why I'm asking that, Chair, is because we as municipalities in SALGA can then learn from a best practice, or even learn from a worst practice. So I would ask, Chair, that if researchers has got some details to guide us of what they found to be working or not working, if they can share that with us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hendrikse. Are there any other questions? I don't see any blue hands. I will give the opportunity now to Ms. Nell to respond on the question, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, mine is a very easy, straightforward question, and the answer is yes. The copy of the draft policy will be made available to all municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleague. Are there any more questions?
Okay.
Mr. Mulaji?
No, just to Dr. Kingwell, that in her presentation, she refers to tiers of government. I think that is error, maybe a typing error, I hope so, and not a interpretation that she might interpret that we are tiers of government. We are not. We are spheres of government. It's a big difference. So I thought I'll bring that to attention because she's presenting to local government and other government departments. She's talking about tiers of government in the presentation. She's changed to spheres of government.
Thank you, Khalil. Dr. Rosalie acknowledged that she got it.
Can I ask that policy? sorry, Chair, can I just ask that that policy be available made to the Congress, to this assembly, that it be sent to all people present, delegates, not just to the municipalities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Noted, Councillor Derek Hendricks. Are there any more questions? It doesn't seem so.
Will I get a response? Will I get a response from the other presentation, please, on my issue about the studies that they've done, actual? That was not responded to, Chair.
All right, okay. Doctor, do you want to respond, please?
Yes, so to Mr. Hendricks's question about the details, just to make it clear, the report we're doing is a 30-page diagnostic overview. It's very high level. It's just to initiate the whole project. In other words, it is not the conclusion of our research, it's the start of the research. We've done research over many, many years in many different ways, but not in the same sense of an overall integrating system, but rather in response to particular problems all over the place over time. So we've got an idea at a conceptual level, but the idea of this project is that we just produce this report as a talking point, just to stimulate the actual program. And the idea is to work in test sites. So that is where we will be looking for best practices, worst practices, and so on. So the whole idea is to start engagement and start working with other stakeholders in particular test sites. So it's like a iterative trialing process of change. I hope that answers that question. And then, of course, spheres is the way it should have been written. I must say, in writing Cheers, it was like a bit of a typo, because what certainly what I had in mind when I wrote that was spheres. I do understand the difference. So that will be corrected. That is very important in terms of powers. I understand that would be a very delicate issue. So apologies for that.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Chair, Siana here.
Siana, you may proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I realize the technology to raise the hand is disabled on my part. I would have wanted to quietly raise it and wait my turn. Chair, I'm taking cue from you and the comments that it seems there are no further questions or comments, and having started the discussion, I would like to make some few pointers, including next steps, also informed by the comments that were made. One is that indeed, as Neo has responded, the document in its totality and in its current form will be shared. In the sharing, we are then making a request for the PMA to note, perhaps resolve on. The request is twofold. On the one hand, is that when everybody does receive it, while we believe that we have done quite a lot of research, it is quite rigorous, we would welcome any further feedback to continue to refine it. It's a first document that we've done. We believe it will provide the necessary guidance, but the feedback will help us to continue to refine it. So please, you can send that feedback either directly to our provincial office or to NEO at the national office. So that's the one thing. Secondly is we are quite comfortable that municipalities, especially those who do not already have their own internal policies on the acquisition and release of land, can start utilizing it and adapting it. Obviously, you do not take it as is and just copy and paste. You need to adapt it to your own respective circumstances. And perhaps as you do that adaptation, there might be certain issues that come up, which you may then want to provide back to us as feedback. That is on the policy, Chairperson. And then on the research, I'm also noting the desire for the proposals, and that as Dr. Kingwell is indicating, it is work in progress. Likewise, as the research is concluded, and we shall be collaborating as SALGA together with PLAS, PARI, and SERI, the whole objective and the reason that we are wanting to partner with the partners that are already on board is precisely to get those proposals, because it is the proposals that we'll then take with us when we engage the national department, who are the custodians of the review and the overall policy itself. We'll then have the wealth of inputs from the study, as well as any further feedback that we may continue to receive from the delegates of the PMA. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Siana. Councillors, officials, municipal managers, all present. I want to thank Siana, Ms. Nell, as Dr. Rosalie, for the presentations of our session, first session this morning on day 2. It was well informed, and I hope that everybody had enjoyed it. Thank you very much to all of you. We will move on now to session 6. Is on the district delivery model, which was presented by Mr. Ashley Lodge. He's a senior manager, IGR at COPTA. We will hear on the experience of the Garden Route District, on their experience on the district model and the joint district approach. The Executive Mayor, Councillor Memory Boyson, will introduce, and the Municipal Manager, Mondistrato, will present. The Small Enterprise Development Agency will present on their new district ecosystem model for localized SMMEs development. This is an example of a National Department of Small Business Development, NCDA, introducing a district delivery model. I will hand over to Mr. Ashley Lodge to do his presentation. Mr. Lodge.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, councillors and officials. I'm just trying to upload the presentation. Is my video visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. Good morning.
Audio is also correct. You may proceed.
Apology for that. I don't know if the meeting administrator have the presentation. Let's say can upload.
Okay, our IT person will upload it now. It's just give him a minute, but you can talk to it in the meantime, okay, Mr. Losh. So give him time to upload it.
Okay, so colleagues, what I'll briefly touch on is just to give you an update on where we stand with the implementation and the rollout of the district development model. And we framed it in accordance with the institutionalization of this model. And the first few slides actually covers what exactly the district development is trying to address. And it's premised on our experience regarding the intergovernmental system that we have in South Africa. So we have well-documented lessons learned and experiences documented over the last 25 years regarding the practice of IGR, but more specifically, the practice relating to intergovernmental planning and intergovernmental budgeting. And what we found was that, and I think this is common knowledge to all of us as practitioners in the field of local government, that there's a lack of coherence in planning, budgeting, and implementation, which remains a challenge. But also critical is the involvement of sector partners in the integrated development planning processes, which seems to be, and still to date, seems to be very weak, and there's some challenges around that involvement of sector departments. Then also important what we've documented and what we've learned over the last few years is the constant change in priorities and programs that is really not driven by development sentiment, development logic, and is really not long-term focused and not aligned with the long-term outcomes. And there's really a need to shift from alignment to real practical joint planning. So these were some of the lessons learned over there. Next slide. So we need to look at a common vision for development. Okay, we can skip the slide. We need to look at a common development of a common vision for this country.
Slide.
No, the previous one. Yeah, this one. And we need to break this down into the various spaces that we have in the country. And we have defined these DDM spaces as district and metro geographic spaces. So important to note here is that we don't refer to municipalities as an institution when it comes to the institutionalization of the DDM and the implementation thereof, but more in terms of the geographic spaces that we have. And that's why DDM is commonly referred to as the implementation of development priorities in 52 spaces. We need to look at the development of a vision and priorities that's supported by well-researched, credible, and technically sound implementation plans. So it's my computer is just acting up here. There you go. And we need to, and this is what we want to address through the district development model, is a multi-year, long-term, and predictable objective development targets and resources that are committed across the 3 spheres of government to agreed programs and projects. And then we need to build in and emphasize the issue of accountability. And we need to develop, and we will develop, a accountability framework and responsibilities that will assist us in tracking the implementation, progress implementation, and actions within government and the stakeholders. Next slide. So we refer to the district development model as a game changer, simply because it will introduce new intergovernmental planning, budgeting, and implementation reforms, but also a new paradigm in terms of how we go about doing intergovernmental planning and budgeting. But moreover, the district development model is considered a game changer because it's geographically orientated, it's geographically focused. Therefore, later in the presentation, we will see that the successful implementation of the DDM requires all of government to spatially contextualize and spatially locate our projects and our various programs that we have. That is aligned with the overall development outcomes of the country. But importantly, that the district spaces will be used as a unit of analysis for informing all spheres of government plans and budgeting. So here we are visiting a bottom-up orientation and a bottom-up focus when it comes to intergovernmental planning, using the district as the locality, but the district as the unit of analysis, as a space. Recent years, recent time rather in the last few months, we've reorientated the district development model to be a strategic response to the socio-economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And later on, when I talk about the successes that we've achieved thus far, I will highlight the strong linkage and correlation with the various COVID-19 relief measures that have been implemented across the three spheres of government. And the DDM is meant to stimulate new thinking, new socioeconomic paradigm, and new and bold solutions and alternatives. So fundamentally, what we want to achieve through this district development model is to change conditions with regard to people's experiences and the impact that we have as a government on people's livelihood, the economy, and the restructuring of the geographical and socio-economic spaces that people find themselves in and people live in. So in essence, the DDM is clearly focused on addressing the challenges relating to poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Next slide, please. So in terms of the implementation and the overall institutional design of the DDM, we thought it necessary to develop key milestones. And this presentation will not touch on all the milestones, but I've highlighted some key milestones that I thought is necessary to present at this gathering. So starting in this financial year, one of the chief milestones that we have developed is the appointment of district champions. The president announced the list of political champions consisting out of national ministers and deputy ministers for each of the 52 spaces, I think in March, April this year. And some of the key responsibilities of these district champions is one, to oversee the COVID-19 and gender-based violence and femicide response measures in the districts, coordinate and in the governmental process to reprioritize government programs to respond and unblock district development challenges. Now, colleagues, it's important to know that we have developed in terms of reference framing the responsibilities and the roles of the district champions, which we can share with the participants at this meeting as well. As a part of this institutionalization milestone is that we have agreed that the National Disaster Management Center will be the central point of coordination of the champions' visits and their monthly reporting in terms of the visits and the outcomes of the visits. And at the recent technical COCTA MINMAC and COCTA MINMAC, it was agreed that the provincial COCTAs and the various local government teams will support the champions, but also the reporting formulations and the submission of the reports, and that we will closely work with the 9 provincial COCTAs in terms of feeding information and obtaining information that will feed into the National Disaster Management Operational Center. So there's one central point for coordination when it comes to the visits by these political champions. We have also agreed, so our engagements, various engagements with national and provincial departments, that they will submit budgets and programs that are spatially referenced and spatially mapped for each of the 52 spaces. Now, we have set the date there of end of August, but as next circumstances dictate, we have received quite a lot of these budgets and programs, but there's still a few outstanding which we should receive by the end of this month. Next slide. So further on to that milestone, COGTA has also been busy and quite involved in some of the COVID-19 relief measures. And one of the measures that we and initiatives that we've successfully undertaken, is the National House of Traditional Leaders Food Security Program, linked to the Solidarity Fund, where approximately 70 million rand have been approved as farming input vouchers. And we've estimated that roughly about 35,000 farmers will benefit from the support initiative. Then we've worked quite closely with the presidency in terms of the president's employment stimulus, so especially from a infrastructure maintenance and infrastructure development approach, where 554 million rand have been set aside for a particular initiative. A process and initiative that we've started and still busy with is the reprioritization of infrastructure grants like the MIC, and also the Integrated Urban Development Grant, to have a different purpose in line with the COVID-19 responsibilities as it relates to sanitation and water. So we have completed this reprioritization. About 80–90% is completed, but we hope by the end of this financial year that the entire repurposing and reprioritization of the MIC in particular will have been completed. We are also engaging with the National Treasury, or we started engaging with the National Treasury in terms of the 10% top slicing of the MIC fund that should be focused on repairs and maintenance of critical and essential infrastructure. The review of the MSAG, Municipal Support in Institutional Grant, to provide targeted support to the DDM based on comprehensive skills, systems, institutional needs assessments is done. So we have done a comprehensive skills analysis and skills audit in the 52 spaces, and the MSAG will then be reviewed in accordance to the outcomes of that skills audit. Then again, together with our partners at National Treasury and our colleagues at National Treasury, we are looking at the alignment of the IUDF Economic Recovery Plan, CWP, PSP, and other key instruments. Next slide, please. So looking beyond the 2020-2021 financial year, we will continue with bilaterals between COGTA and various other departments. We have set up a DG to DG platform. That's the DG of COGTA, of DCOG, and the DG of DPME and National Treasury. We've also established technical teams working on the development of a framework that incorporates planning, budgeting, and the DDM in the guidelines for the next financial year. Later on, I will touch on some of these guidelines and reform processes that these technical teams are working on. We have started engaging DPME on the translation of the MTSF into the DDM1 plans. And then we have started through our bilaterals at a technical level, the introduction of the spatial budgeting principles into the budgeting guidelines. councillors and colleagues, we have had a series of engagements with national departments, but also with provinces, especially COCTA, provincial COCTAs with regard to, and provincial treasuries with regard to how do we include these principles into budgeting guidelines. And I must say, it's been received quite positively. We've had, I think last month we had a holiday session with the cities on this topic, and which was also received quite positively. Next slide. So as previously alluded to, under the repurposing of the infrastructure grants, like the MIG grant, it became apparent that we also need to focus on the consolidation of grants. And the repurposing of the MIG, for example, is deemed as a short-term initiative, but the consolidation of grants in general is seen to be a medium to long-term project in initiative. But also we will piggyback and align the consolidation of these grants with the work that National Treasury has started with regard to the grant review process. And we have engaged with National Treasury and other sector departments on this as well. And those sub-bullets that are listed there, those were some of the objectives framing why we want to consolidate and how we're going to consolidate these grants, but purely from a infrastructure development focus. Then rationalization of planning instruments. Councillors and colleagues, we know the experience over the last 25 years, as I've also referred to in my opening comments, about sometimes the misalignment of the planning cycle, but also the misalignment of planning approaches and processes. And a technical team, a DDM technical team. And I must say, these technical teams is not only COCTA officials, but it's a composition of colleagues from different departments, relevant departments as per the topics. And the technical team on this matter consisting of COCTA and Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, as well as DPME, has already started engaging on how can we rationalize planning instruments. One of the preliminary outputs, if you like, that we've seen now already is the IDP guidelines that we will gazette soon. So this was one of the preliminary outcomes of the work that the technical committee is working on. Next slide. So part of the institutionalization of the DDM is the setting up of district hubs, and this has been a much talked and much debated a topic. And chairperson, I will make the concept document on the DDM available as well, in addition to the terms of reference for the political champions. And the concept document goes in much more detail on the institutionalization of the DDM. But what we see in the modeling and institutionalization of the DDM is to have district hubs. And a broad framing objective of a DDM hub is that it's really a functional network of support and a facilitation system for intergovernmental planning in relation to a specific district or metro space, or a combination of district spaces or metropolitan spaces. Now, the rider here is that it doesn't mean that all 52 spaces will have district hubs. Okay. This is, as the broad definition says there, it's meant to facilitate planning and other key requirements that relate to intergovernmental planning. So it will be a facilitation mechanism to strengthen the intergovernmental court and network. Can we just go back to the previous slide, please? Yeah. So the district hubs are being set up as an extension of COCTA to facilitate the DDM model and a one plan formulation on a technical level. And councillors and colleagues, we have quite a number of documents that we've produced in addition to the concept document outlining the specifics and the specific operations of district hubs. We at the moment have 2 district hubs set up, one in Waterberg in Limpopo and the one in Owatambo district municipality in the Eastern Cape. So the aim is to get as much hubs set up where and when required, but also based on availability of resources, etc. And in addition to the district hubs, we have the set municipal support set services element, and this is to integrate capacity building support to districts and metros. And here we are talking about the district metros as a municipal institution. So previously I said the DDM, the implementation of that model, this model will be at the geographical space with key intergovernmental actors and players and various institutional mechanisms. But the shared services aspect will be in relation to how do we build the capacities at the various districts and metro municipalities. We can go on. The last bullet point there is that we have started with a review of powers and functions, but we deem this as a medium to long-term initiative. When we conceptualize the DDM, the first questions that district municipalities, for example, asked us, so will this mean that we will change the powers and functions and the allocation thereof? And we agreed with critical provincial, national, and district stakeholders, what we call powers and functions practitioners, that this will be an incremental approach in terms of the clarification of powers and functions. But for now, the district development model and the involvement of district municipality is squarely focused on coordination and intergovernmental coordination in particular. Next slide. So we've developed tools and systems for the implementation of the DDM. We are busy with the IMS system, the information management system, because, and when colleagues read the different documents and the various documents, DDM is information-driven, information-based. And this is what we want to capture through the information management system. And we are working with CSIR and with our partners at DBSA in developing this system. We have developed a whole range of toolkits and guidelines that clearly outline the objectives, the implementation and institutionalization of the DDM, the objectives of the one plan, and what the one plan will focus on and how the one plan will be developed. We have concluded district profiles, so we have 52 DDM profiles that's captured on our website, and then we've also developed guidelines on the establishment of these district hubs. Importantly, and this has been an ongoing a process and initiative, and it will still continue, where we focus quite heavily on stakeholder management and communication. Within government, across the 3 spheres of government, but also outside of government or non-government partners, in particular with private sector actors and stakeholders. And the ones that I've listed in the brackets were the ones private sector stakeholders that we've successfully had engagements with, and these are all stakeholders that are coming to the party. For example, Anglo American has got quite a big presence in the Limpopo province. The mining aspects have come on board and are providing quite a lot of technical support to the institutionalization of the DDM, but also the implementation of this model in a select number of districts in that province. And the same goes for the other stakeholders, the private sector stakeholders that's listed in the bracket there. And there's obviously more private stakeholders, sector stakeholders that are coming on board, and we will continue those engagements with them. So the private sector stakeholders that we engage with is really, in addition to assisting the institutionalization and the implementation of the DDM, is very much also focused on how they can contribute to the improving of local economic development in the particular spaces. And that's where they come with their technical expertise and the technical know-how. And they've also supported us on refining the regulatory framework for the DDM. Next slide. This is, and I think, Chair, I'm coming closely to the end here. I've mentioned earlier on that we're working with the DBSA on the development of the information management system, but we have a MOA with the DBSA to fulfill a number of functions and responsibilities. This can also be shared with colleagues, but the DBSA is the program management unit for the DDM. So they assist us with the overall program design and the refinement of the design, I should say, of the DDM, but also will assist us with the availing of certain technical skills, technical requirements that we can use to strengthen the district hubs, but also strengthen the technical capacities at the district and at the metro level. So there's a whole host of responsibilities outlined in this MOA, but the ones that I've mentioned is critical to raise at this meeting. So we have two steering committees already set up. The one is the executive steering committee that consists out of the technical principals, the DG at DCOG, HODs of the provincial COCTAs, and then other DBSA senior management as part of this of that executive committee. Then we have operational steering committee consisting out of senior management at COCTA and other senior managers at DPSA, etc. Next. So this is just, some of the broad topics that I want to raise, key milestones on the progress on some of these milestones. I've touched on some of them, and we can quickly go through this. Next slide. So when it comes to integrated planning and budgeting, in addition to development of various planning frameworks, integrated planning frameworks, FOSAT MANCO, the management committee of the Forum for DGs in South Africa, have agreed that COCTA, DPME, and National Treasury should focus on the development of a framework that guides departmental processes for APP and budgets. And I've raised the issue about the alignment of the NTSF with the One Plan, for example, including spatial target indicators in the budget plans, etc. So this form part of that process. And again, we have this technical team, interdepartmental technical team, that's working on that framework. I've raised a point about the IDP guidelines and what the synergies and linkages will be between the IDPs and this one plan. And then we have continuous engagements with national treasury and DPME and even provincial counterparts and provincial stakeholders on budget processes, for example, and other critical technical discussions that we have. Next. This comes to the one plan. So we have developed a concept note framing the design and objectives and implementation of the one plan. I didn't go into detail about what this one plan is all about, framing, because I'm pretty sure colleagues and counselors have heard the terminology one plan. I will send you the participants all these framing and background documents on this one plan. Like I said, we have had consultations with key sectors and key stakeholders at the national, but as well as the provincial and municipal level with regard to the development of this one plan. We have draft guidelines on this one plans, and we are hoping to issue a circular on these guidelines. Then important, the last bullet point there, Chairperson, is that, and this stems from the recent follow-up visit by our Minister to Waterberg District Municipality, where we need to theme and brand this one plan and all these other tools that we've developed for DDM to say, how do we reimagine these district spaces? And this reimagination of these district spaces should be centralized and focused on three aspects. One is the endowment structure of the district space, meaning what are the assets, what are the positives that's already in existence in these spaces, so that we don't work from a clean slate with the perspective that there's nothing in these spaces. There are things happening, positive things happening from an economic perspective, from a social perspective, from other perspectives, and how do we strengthen and leverage these initiatives and perspectives on there. Then a competitive advantage. Each district is different, each space is different, and each district has that competitive edge. We have seen in Waterberg quite a lot of potential with regard to expanding the mining industry, for example, that's unique to that district. So we need to look and unearth, when we talk about the reimagination of the spaces, what is unique in these different spaces, and then the industrial structure, what are the business opportunities that are available in these spaces. So these are the three themes that we can leverage and utilize and package properly to reimagine these district spaces. Next slide. So coming back to institutionalization and institutional and coordination of the DDM, we have provincial DDM teams established. And here I need to distinguish two levels of the provincial DDMs. One is at the provincial COCTA, but also the second level is that within national COCTA, we have provincial DDM teams. For the Western Cape in particular, I'm part of that provincial team, and we've had a number of engagements with the provincial COCTA team in terms of how do we bring in a DDM model, but also how do we align the efforts that the province is putting into the JDA, the joint district approach, and the DDM. There's a lot of complementarity, there's a lot of linkages between the two. These two are not distinct and isolated. So those discussions have already happened in the Western Cape as well. Information management system that I touched on already. This is something that's in the process of being developed and finalized. Stakeholder management and communication strategy. We have developed a draft communication strategy and stakeholder management strategy, and we will start with the consultations on that particular document. Here, we are working quite closely with our DBSA colleagues. Appointment of additional experts and hubs. One plan and LED is underway. We are busy, in addition to setting up additional hubs in the other remaining districts. We are strengthening the already existing hubs in Owa Tambo and Waterberg with critical experts and skills. Now, it's important to note that the skills audit that we've conducted identified what are the required and necessary skills and what are lacking in these various district and metro spaces, and these hubs will try to fill that vacuum in terms of bringing those skills on board. And then we have engaged with the key private sector partners in terms of building partnerships, and those partnerships will bring in additional technical skills that will strengthen the already existing skills that we've introduced and bring in via the district hubs. Next slide. As councillors and colleagues would know, the model was launched last year by the president in 3 districts, Waterberg, Owa Tambo, and then 1 metro, eThekwini. Our minister has started a process of follow-up visits to these 3 pilots. Last month, the minister was at Waterberg district. Last week, the minister started visiting the Harigwala district municipality or this week actually, the Harigwala district municipality in KZN, and the minister will then move on to the Eastern Cape and to eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality as follow-up visits. But one of the key issues that came out of a Waterberg follow-up meeting was we have a district hub manager, and then 5 shared service municipal support services were introduced after the launch. And there were a number of outcomes that came out of this. One was that there was engagement with the MM and province, especially with the OTP, Economic Development Department, and COXCA on key initiatives and projects and programs that can already be implemented under the banner of the DDM. And that is captured in an action plan that we've already started developing. And that will be the precursor into the development of the one plan for Waterberg. And then Owa Tambo, as I mentioned, the minister will be visiting those 2, the Owa Tambo district and the eThekwini municipality soon. We set there the 1st or 2nd week of October, but that has been delayed a bit, but it's definitely happening still this month. In the next slide. Okay, so
please.
Yeah, and this is the last slide. We will continue engaging national and provincial departments on the development of the one plan. We will finalize the integrated capacity assessment and capacity building interventions, further elaborating and expanding on the capacity assessments that we've done. We will finalize the eThekwini Metro Hub. Then we as part of our engagement with National Treasury, we have conceptualized a local government stabilization program for the entire country. And then we will finalize that as well in the next 2 to 3 months. We will continue mobilizing additional funding for the DDM. And in the presentation, I alluded to the reprioritization and repurposing of key infrastructure grants. And this is part of the process of where we can source additional, but also how we restructure additional current funding streams. Then we will continue with the legal stream regulations, rationalization of planning instruments. So we can go to the next slide. And that's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Losh. Colleagues, I think we need to keep our questions for the discussion session. So, Mr. Losh, I think there's a couple of questions that will come to your side. So stay tuned. We will move on to our next presentation. It's a sharing experience and progress in rolling out the joint district approach in the province. I will give over to the Executive Mayor of Garden Route District Municipality, Councillor Memory Poison, to introduce his municipal manager. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and all protocols observed. Chairperson, just to go back in history, we will remember shortly after 2016, the 5 districts within the Western Cape had engagements with Minister Bredell and his HOD, Graham Paulser, which led to the establishment of the joint district approach. And the intention has always been to share services in terms of expertise and resources. And out of that, Chairperson and my colleagues and the learned friends who are part of the PMA, we then realized that we need to rope in the metro, the city of Cape Town, which then led to the joint district metro approach. So, Chairperson, when the President announced the DDM, it was not something new to us. It was something which we've embraced because it was a model which we have exercised all along, as I was saying, shortly after 2016. And Chairperson, also, it is based on districts helping the local municipalities within their jurisdictions, and there's never been a powers and function discussion. So we never had the big brother attitude and scaring local municipalities that we were taking over their mandate, etc. And the other thing, Chairperson, when the President announced the DDM, we were fortunate as the Garden Route to have been earmarked for a presidential visit, but unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, that visit never took place, but we're still in line, and we will use that opportunity to strengthen the JDMA and to make sure that the DDM approach will also be executed to its full potential within the Western Cape. But without any further ado, the MM will allude to some of the processes and projects. Over to you, MM. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Executive Mayors, speakers, councillors, colleagues. My name is Monde Stratu. I'm the Municipal Manager here at the Garden Route. We've been requested to share our own understanding and experiences on how to practicalize the DDM or the JDMA. So I have shared our presentation with SALGA. I would like the colleagues to share from your side so that we can proceed. Khalil? Chairperson, as the colleagues on your side are still probably trying to share our presentation, just to maybe preface our presentation with, in support of what the Executive Mayor has just said, that we began the process early to actually practicalize early 2019, where we had various sessions with the provincial government to understand the new operating model and to see how we can, as a district, move forward to implement. You can move on. So, Chairperson, our understanding is premised on the vision of our municipality, the Garden Route District, which is self-explanatory. So our approach in the DDM process is to achieve those elements of the vision of this municipality that has been put together in that vision. Can you move on? So, Chairperson, today we'll be talking about how do we define the DDM as we understand it from the Garden Route, sharing the experiences in terms of our current role, sharing how we see the DDM being practicalized relating to basic services, looking at how the DDM can be practicalized for economic development, sharing various experiences and challenges that we are aware of, and maybe sharing all the other approaches to regional economic development, because this is the understanding we have that this is not about, as the Mayor said, powers and functions discussions, but it's about ensuring that there is a proper transitioning from just primarily basing on infrastructure for basic services, but to building infrastructure for economic development. You can continue. So we define, Chairperson, our understanding of the DDM or the JDA as a regional scale planning process, which should ensure access to basic services such as water, electricity, refuse removal, and so on, which should ensure quality of those services at affordable prices, and this should be at a regional scale. So practically what we are saying is to say we have had a successful implementation of the DDM or the JDA, for instance, as it relates to water provision, the persons or the citizens that live in an area that is in the far-flung areas of Canaland should have access similar to a person who lives probably in Dana, in Plettenberg Bay. Those persons should have the access to same quality of those services, and they should be affordable to them. So that is how we see the regional scale planning of DDM achieving. We also understand it to mean that it should contribute to the growth of the regional economy through the implementation of catalytic projects. So for us, it's not a theoretical process to probably create new structures that seek to compete with existing structures, but it's about building resilient structures and systems for integration. It's about continuous improvement in monitoring and evaluation, and it's about strengthening integration at practical level, ensuring that we co-plan, we co-budget, and we co-deliver. You can move on. So currently, as the Garden Route, we are playing no meaningful role in basic service delivery. That is as it relates to electricity, water, and refuse provision. We believe that not all citizens are enjoying the same quality of basic services. We believe that bulk infrastructure availability and capacity differ from municipality to municipality. The cost of those services differ from one local to another, and a regional economy is actually localized. And therefore, we seek to undo the decentralized planning process to a regional scale to ensure that we reverse those gaps that we have identified. Can you move on? So what we've done, Chairperson, is that, as the Mayor has said, we've sought to be practical in our approach instead of probably being theoretical, and we then agreed that we'll have to focus and embed this through available legislative powers and functions. And we emphasize the point that although this is not a discussion on powers and functions, but it cannot negate that we should be very much alive to the fact that there are constitutional and legislative requirements that need to be followed in trying to practicalize the DDM. And so we looked at the current legislation on water services, and our council has said we should ensure that in ensuring the access that we spoke about, the quality that we spoke about, and the affordability, what role can the district play in ensuring that at the regional scale, there's a proper bulk supply, that we address regional and equal access, that we ensure security of water, and that we work with the various other structures to ensure that it becomes a reality. And COGTA in this regard, through MISA, is working with us. We also have to look at the issue of bulk supply of electricity. And we then looked at Section 84 as well, which is clear that the district municipality has the function to ensure distribution of electricity, and for purposes of that distribution, to also do generation. So working on those practical steps to say, this is what we are looking at as a region, this is the role that we can play to ensure that at the regional level, we ensure that those basic services are guaranteed. Next slide. I'm sure SALGA will recall that in many fora we have, as a district municipality, spoken about the role we can play in the delivery of human settlements. And to this end, we are busy with the accreditation process to address regional human settlement needs. We spoke about issues of title deeds, and the National Department of Human Settlement with the provincial government are looking at assisting us to realize this idea. And I think planning is at an advanced stage. We also looked at the regional waste management process through a BBB project that is at very advanced stages, albeit with its own challenges. We believe this is one of the practical ways to ensure that the district approach is practicalized. And you will realize that this takes nothing away from all the functions the local municipalities should be doing, but it's ensuring that at the regional level, access, quality, and affordability is achieved. Next slide. We're also looking at not only ensuring basic services, but we're looking at transitioning the infrastructure service to also boosting the economy. And to this end, we have a bouquet of catalytic projects that we have submitted to the Presidential Infrastructure Office and the DBSA Infrastructure Office, this being your regional fresh produce market to play in the agricultural space. We've already done feasibility studies. We are at the business plan stage to ensure food security in the region and to leverage our own land for agricultural activities. We are looking as well at, with this, doing a regional abattoir, and the Department of Agriculture in the province is in support of that. And as I say, these are critical projects that have been presented to the DBSA, the presidency, and IDC. We're also working with the current or the local institutions of higher learning, working in achieving some of the challenges they are facing in student accommodation, stemming from our skills maker concept. We are aware of the demand that is prevailing in our region, and working with them, we have put together a project for about 4,000 beds to ensure that student accommodation challenges are addressed. And there is a serious buy-in from the DBSA and the Department of Higher Education and the other offices that I've mentioned. This is not only for us about achieving the gap on accommodation, but it's about also ensuring self-sustainable and guaranteed income for the district municipality, and to also ensure that the economic spend that can be realized from students is also realized for the local municipalities. Next slide. So one of the catalytic projects that I've mentioned in terms of ensuring the sustainable provision of electricity at the regional scale is our renewable energy projects. We have completed 3 pre-feasibility studies. The demand has been established, and all of us understand that the supply is not reliable from Eskom. But we're coming from a different perspective because we're not only talking about introducing independent power producers, but we want to actually implement what the law already provides, which is that Section 84 provides that the function for electricity provision, generation, distribution, and reticulation is a function of a district municipality. Many of the councillors will recall that there was a process historically where there was an attempt to establish the regional electricity distribution centers, your REDs. That whole process was canned by cabinet at some point, and a lot of money was wasted in the planning. But there was never any attempt to change the legislation that provided for the districts to play a role in bulk electricity provision. And as districts municipalities were pursuing that, we are approaching the Department of Minerals and Energy to say the law already provides for us to play in this space. So please, your regulatory frameworks must not hinder that process. And there's a number of interventions that we have identified, and working with the CSIR, GIZ, and SALGA to finalize that energy master plan. Next slide. Our experiences in terms of how people have received this DDM approach is that all of us will realize that not everyone understands the concept of DDM. We understand the regulations to clarify these are at an advanced stage, and I'm sure the previous presenter tried to clarify that. There is fear from local municipalities that this is the way where the district will take over their function. Hence, we want to emphasize from the beginning that although all our activities are premised from the powers and functions, this should not be a purely powers and functions debate, but it has to be about building resilient structures and systems for integration. And to this end, we would want to caution that maybe in the stakeholder management processes that have been presented in the previous presentation, that the primary stakeholder in this whole process, which is the district and local municipalities and SALGA in the organized process, should be probably be the ones that are intricately involved in the nascent stages of this process, instead of engaging in a process that one may characterize as a top-down approach. There is a fear that the DDM will impact on revenue sources of LMs. That is why, for instance, in the Water Services Authority process, we are clear that the district municipality must not be a water services provider. That function should be left with the local municipality to secure the revenue base where the local municipality enjoys, and that the whole process of billing and reticulation to households and businesses should be left to local municipalities, and districts should only be allowed to coordinate the bulk infrastructure activities for the district as a whole. There are issues about the relevance of provincial departments in terms of how the interface will be managed. But I think as the Western Cape, we have shown how those engagements can be addressed. There is an urge to protect territories. Sometimes we tend not to clearly see the bigger picture because there's a concern that the current understanding of the district hubs seeks to, in our understanding, establish parallel government structures at district level. So the integration of those hubs becomes very important in the understanding of how the integration processes should be pursued. There's uncertainty on the future resource allocation and the impact on long-term planning. So the issue of the one plan and one budget should be really canvassed thoroughly with local and district municipalities in of those processes, so that it does not mean that the resources will be channeled via the district on the expense of the local municipalities. The rollout plans need to be finalized, and the expectation from the role players need more clarification. And we do have, as a province, a JDA team that involves the provincial and district municipalities. And we think this is the platform that should seriously engage local municipalities to ensure that all those concerns are addressed. Next slide. The other regional approach to bulk infrastructure will talk to other projects what we're looking at, which is your integrated public transport. What does it mean for municipalities like George municipality that currently runs the Go George system? What about the airport present developments, and how those regional strategies should be channeled to ensure that they build and ensure that those areas that are identified contribute on regional infrastructure that talk the concept of smart cities. So we have got to map the regional interventions so that there is no space in the region that is left behind and that unnecessary competition is avoided. And next slide. So this is just a list of the economic and service delivery regional interventions that we are pursuing in ensuring that ours is to do this at a practical level instead of theorizing, but ensuring that the structures that are there, that have been established, that have been working, are not unnecessarily disturbed. Next slide. In conclusion, Chairperson, Minister Dlamini Zuma this week has mentioned that we have not adequately fulfilled our role as local government with least economic development, and therefore this approach will ensure we do that. The DDM, we understand, will ensure that we address economic challenges at regional level. We need to better understand where the skills to effectively implement DDM will come from, the role of the district hubs as it relates to district municipalities and local municipalities, and how the capacity from this BSA will be leveraged. We believe that one of the vehicles to implement successfully is what the President spoke about yesterday, to ensure that we reconstruct the plan to deliver on the economic promise. I think we do have a good understanding of our major development issues, and our approach will focus on those. And we will also always use our competitive advantage in our region which is tourism, to ensure that the whole region is benefiting from the economic development that we have. That is, Chairperson, next slide. Our understanding that if you look at those animals that are there, what we could accomplish if we worked together, if we're pulling to different directions, we'll spend a lot of time trying to access resources independently, and we'll eventually achieve nothing. But if we sit together and ask the questions and discuss, we might agree to strategically move in one direction and deal with the one challenges and then move to the next. And with that, we can all benefit. With that, Chairperson, we'd like to say thank you. That is the understanding from our side of the DDM and JDA approach. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager Strato. Colleagues, you can write your questions down. And after the next presentation, then we have the discussion, and then you can ask the question, whatever you want. We will give the opportunity now to Alex Quanta, Provincial Manager for Small Enterprise Development Agency, to give his presentation. Mr. Quanta, you're on. Khalil, can we just check if Mr. Quanta is available?
Yes, I am available.
He is available. I think he's trying to share. Can you load your presentation, Mr. Kunta?
Okay, I'm trying to do that. Have you made me now the co-host?
No, we don't need to do that. Others have managed to load it, so it should. Otherwise, we can ask Milton.
Okay, let's see. Let's just see. Share. Okay.
Okay, yes. Here we go.
Talk.
Good morning, everybody. All protocol observed. I will not display my video for sake of a bandwidth, but I just want people to see this ugly fellow. So they know the face. You know, sometimes you might be speaking to a robot and you are not aware of it. So this is Alex Tandikaya Kunde. I will stop sharing my video. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for inviting us. The Small Enterprise Development District Ecosystem Model, I think, is nothing new, and I'm just checking why is it not moving, Chair. Is we're aligning us with the National Department of COCTA, with the president, and we're saying, as the president has made that call and COCTA is rolling out the district model, we have identified as the Department of Small Business, particularly CEDA, that the SMME facilitation is very fragmented. So we also need to align ourselves with the district model when we facilitate and when we coordinate the SMME development. So we are aligned with the COCTA model. And as we know, we've got 44 districts in the country and 8 metro municipalities. But in our province, we've got 5 districts and 1 metro. Now we're saying, through this district development model, we will be able to develop and ensure that the needs and the opportunities of SMMEs in each district are taken into account, and that could lead us to having sustainable businesses and growing the local economy. Now, we're doing this with the European Union, and it's having an organization called EDSE. When they looked at the SALGA mandate as per the Small Business Act that was amended in December 2004, they've noticed that there are certain things that we're not doing, but I'll come to that one. But if you look at that Small Business Act, it says we need to design and implement a standard national delivery network that must uniformly apply throughout the Republic in respect of small enterprise development, integrating all government-funded small enterprise support agencies across all spheres of government. This point that is in this Small Business Act, you'll notice that we're not doing that because everyone does as he pleases in terms of, let's say I'm a private, I'm in the private sector and I feel that I've got money and I can just go into whether it's Canaland municipality or Oudtshoorn in the garden route, and that's just do whatever that I want to do, not informing the district municipality, the provincial government, in fact, also not even looking at the IDP of that local municipality or that district municipality. Because I've got money, I can just zoom in and do whatever and get out of that district. So we're saying that needs to come to an end because we need to look at all the role players within that district. Also, when you look at this Small Business Act, it says SALGA must also facilitate, develop, coordinate, and foster partnerships across all spheres of government, the private sector, and the relevant stakeholders that may assist the agency to achieve its objective. So when they did the study, they found that this we don't do. We only look at the market failures, correcting those, but we don't facilitate anything. And then there was also a research that was done. So this district model is based on that research. There was a study by the Department of Small Business through Greater Impact. And then there are GEM reports. There's also ease of doing business reports. There are also, there's a report from the Aspen Foundation, the Kaufman Foundation, the Startup Genome reports, the Startup Commons reports, and the technical assistance by EDSE, sponsored by the European Union. All these research gave us an understanding that really we need to develop the district ecosystem model. Now, the outcomes of this research was that you'll find that entrepreneurship promotion and development is largely fragmented, and to a large extent, it is also uncoordinated. It lacks collaboration. Secondly, the coordination between government departments and other agencies that are there in this country, provincial departments, district and local municipalities that are involved in enterprise development is also not satisfactory. As we know, our people just are on this hunting for grants. If there's a grant there, they go there. There's a grant there, they go there. And also there's a lack of a transparency and information sharing between business development people and you find that clients, what they do, they double dip. A client will go to NYDA and get whatever service, will still go to a local municipality, go get the same service, come to SALGA, gets the same service, because we don't have a mechanism to see that Fatima got this assistance from NYDA. Therefore, this resource that is limited, we cannot give Fatima the same thing that he got from NYDA. So there's that, we don't share that information. And we think that through the district model, we'll be able to share as partners, because we will also be having a common database to see what a person has got. Also, another outcome was that the limitation that is there through the current CEDA delivery model. Because you'll find that also in some places, there are no CEDA offices and so forth and so on. Now, I won't dwell much on this because Khalid said, I've got 20 minutes, but we're saying this district model is aligned with the Kauleza model that Kokta is talking about. Now, when we look at the district model, we're saying that we're making an opportunity statement, saying currently CEDA services about 1% of SMMEs in the country. And because of investors, banks, and venture capitalists, as they are dealing with this access to finance, when they're dealing with the clients, they go straight to where the clients are. And they will not go to the provincial government, they will not go to CEDA provincially, district municipality, the local municipality, they go straight. And same applies to opportunities according to the access to markets. All those guys, whether they are in the private sector, they also go straight to the business development service providers. And then the people in the middle, they are cut out. But now we're saying, here's a future opportunity statement where the people in here, whether it's the district municipality, it's the provincial government, it's a chamber, it's the NGO within that district municipality, it's the provincial government, everybody will know what is happening. Then people won't go straight to where the SMMEs are. And then we're saying we will be able at least to service about 25% of the SMME. That will have an impact. There will be reduced turnaround times, and we will also be able to share information so that we don't have all those things that were discovered by the research that was done. Now, here I won't bore you with this, but we're saying as CEDA nationally, there are 53 branches and 96 incubators and 81 co-locations. Then in our province, I think we've got incubators, you've got your Sarebi in Atlantis, we've got a French Tech Lab in Century City, we've got Fentech in Nyanga and Pardon Island, and then you've got a Savant as well. So we, at least we've got some footprint of incubators, and we're trying also to open another one, the ICT one in George, in collaboration with the George local municipality. Now, briefly, this district model framework. Now, if you look at this pyramid, we're saying there on top, you've got a policy and strategy. And then who's responsible for that? You've got your National Coordination Committee. You've got the Department of Small Business, COGTA, and national departments, and also national ecosystem partners. And then also we've got this shared, and what are they responsible for? They are responsible for strategy development, resourcing, monitoring and evaluation and learning, and policy inputs. And then also we've got this shared model. Who are the partners in that? It will be the Department of Small Business, it will be CEDA, it will be CIFA, and also national ecosystem partners. And what they will be doing is research and development. There's a learning academy. We will have shared infrastructure development, and there will be shared model development at that level. And then the third layer is shared services. Now this one comes now to where the provincial government is, the district municipalities, and the local municipalities. So those are the partners in that. And then they will look at the operational plan development, partner recruitment of the people that are going to be there, training and capacity building, program implementation, and information sharing. And then the next level will be the business development services implementation, where you have now your business development officers, you've got your corporates, you've got your financiers, you've got your mentors, your coaches, your business advisors, and the trainers. So they will be responsible for implementing all these business development services. And lastly, is the people that were responsible for, the people in our province, that is now the SMMEs. Those are your aspiring entrepreneurs, informal businesses that we tend to forget and neglect. And sometimes I feel that we are not aware that informal businesses, they play an important and a crucial role in our economy, because those people are not a burden to the state. You know, they create their own employment. Then you've got your cooperatives and you've got your SMMEs, okay? Now, this is just an operating model, just tells us what is going to happen. You've got your research and access to information there, and then you've got people that will be doing the monitoring and evaluation. But we're saying in each district, there should be a committee that is going to coordinate all this. Now, in our province, we know we've got a JDA. So we're saying we're not going to have a parallel structure to the JDA. This will be plugged in there because already there are people that are working together, okay? So this is a national thing, but we know in our province what is happening. But in other provinces, they've got LED forums. So if in that district municipality, there's an LED forum, they do not need to have a new structure. They can just plug this in that LED forum, like what we're going to do in the Western Cape, plug it to the JDA, okay? Now we're saying in the action plan, the first one, there's access to opportunities for SMEs and localization. If you listen to the state president, he's talking too much about localization, and we're trying as well, talking to the private sector, your Pick and Pays, your Massmark, asking them which products are they importing so that we can see whether can we localize all these things. I can tell you now, I know in Cape Town, if you look at K9, the three ladies that are doing pet foods, Woolworths was importing the pet food from Ireland. Woolworths now is no longer importing that pet food from Ireland. The three ladies are manufacturing that pet food for Woolworths. So that's localization. So we want that a number of products that we can turn into that. And then under Action Plan 2, we're saying we need to look at the needs analysis. All of us, when we come to a district, we've got plans already that we've made as these agencies or department. And we don't look at what the district municipality, what are their plans, what is in their IDPs. So we're saying now, through this, we'll be able to have programs that are coordinated with the district municipalities. Then we're talking of shared infrastructure. I've made reference to where someone, Fatima, double dips because NYDA does not know what Fatima got. The local municipality does not know. So we'll be able to share that information there. And currently, if you can ask, let's say City of Cape Town, how many SMEs are you having in your database? They will only be telling you about their database. You come to me as CEDA, I will tell you about the clients in my database. You go to NYDA, they will tell you about the clients in their database. So you don't have a national database that can tell us how many SMEs are we having in the City of Cape Town? Are we having in Central Karoo? Are we having in the Garden Route? Are we having in Overberg? And are we also having in the West Coast? So this will be able to build that. And also we're saying in Action Plan 3, we need to have a capacity building of practitioners. Now, when we talk of practitioners, we're referring even to the consultants, you know, the service providers that are there that provide all these services. Be it a person is a mentor, is a business coach, because currently what happens in South Africa, I retire or I resign from SEDA. And what do? I just become a service provider. I'll be able to do a service for the municipality. There are no standards that are being put there. And if a client or an SMME is not happy with my service, there's no ombudsman that he or she can go to. So that's what we're looking at in that action 3. Now, this slide just talks to what I've explained. What happens in access to finance in action plan 1? You will need to coordinate and communicate market opportunities. We look at government supply chain, export, corporate, business to client as well. And then coordinate and communicate financing opportunities. We're targeting CIFA there. Yes, also we're looking at other private people, you know, venture capitalists as well. You've got your DFI funding, grant funding, loan funding, crowdfunding, venture capital, and other. I'm just going to go through because I did explain some of these. Shared services in action 2. We were looking at incubation and accelerators, because I know each district would love to have an incubator to incubate its SMEs and so forth. SEDA internal programs and projects. We've got the tourism and rural enterprise programs that speaks to what the Department of Small Business is busy rolling out. Your Spaza program, your Chisanyama and cooked food program, the textile, clothing, and leather program. We've got your personal care program, referring to hair salons, people that are doing massages, nails, and all those things. And then we've got also an automotive program. There are a lot of guys that are fixing cars, and you find that, but they are not credited by the insurance companies. So we want to make those guys accredited so that if you take your car to them, your insurance company can look at it. There's cluster development. There are also national government programs. There are enterprise supply development programs, CSI programs. You know, the list is endless. Now, this slide, what the Department of Small Business has done is to look at each district in each province. What is the population side? And then they make an estimate of the SPAs or general dealers there, the fruit and veg that could be in each district, butcheries, automotive, clothing, textile and leather, bakeries, and all these programs. It's what I've just said now, the Department of Small Business is busy rolling out. They've been in our province for the past 3 weeks. And I think around the 26th, 27th, we'll finalize with Plettenberg Bay, Thembalethu, and Oudtshoorn. Then Action Plan 3, I've already alluded to it. It's where we're looking at the capacity building, where we look at materials, tools, and assessment, accredited courses, making the service providers or consultants professional. Because if you look at the accountants, you know that discipline is professionalized. But if you look at your business advisors, your mentors, your business coaches are not professionalized. That's what we're trying to do there. Framework and programs. And then also this training and capacity building will look at your government, your BDOs, your SMMEs, giving them the technical and also the generic skills that they need. And then Action Plan 4, I've already alluded to it. It's where we're going to have the district information management system. We talk about it when it's short to say that's DIMS, where everybody can have a database, you know, we share it. And then we look at core locations with local government, corporates, and other where appropriate. Now, we normally talk about the client journey. Now, what we are saying here, as we partner with all the partners within the journey that the client goes through, from aspiration, and you come to ideation, where you validate that idea, where the person starts up his business. But we're saying all these business development services, it's a client journey. It does not mean that he will get it from one agency or from one local municipality or district municipality. All of us as partners, we form part of that journey. Now, this is just this slide, we're just trying to show here that with this district information management system, what the Department of Small Business is doing wants every SMME to register on www.smme.sa.gov. That's where we're going to be able to know how many SMMEs or clients or entrepreneurs are we having in the country, okay? And then there will be people that will feed into this. It will be your business development service providers. It will be SMMEs, municipalities, SOEs as well. And then there will be inputs to policy to this, master plans, program designs, and coordination. So this is and we're saying this will be cloud-based. So each and every stakeholder will be able to access this. Currently, if you want to know how many people are doing, plumbing, you can't get that information at the press of a button. But with this database, you'll be able to get that information. Now we're saying each district will have this district SME support coordination committee. And I think in our province, we're already talking about the JDA. There are those working committees that are already there. So we're saying there that this will provide strategic support to district and local municipalities. It will also develop a shared SME and cooperative development plan aligned to the district's IDPs, so that we can all fit into that one plan that COCTA talks about, to support the development of a comprehensive, shared, and centralized up-to-date database. I've already made mention to that as well. We have effective participation and access to opportunities, and everybody is complaining about these opportunities, whether you are a youth, woman, people living with disability, to facilitate access for SMMEs and cooperatives on their broad-based Black economic empowerment, so that we can help them to be part of a supplier development programs of the private sectors. And lastly, which is a problem for all of us, identifying red tape and bottlenecks in the public sector and ensure effective advocacy. Now, I won't bore you much with this roadmap, but what we're saying here, you need your local action group. The reason why I'm saying I'm not going to bore you, because as a province, we've got already the JDA. But what we need to do in that JDA is to point out now, according to this district model, what are the roles and responsibilities, so that there could be a charter or MOU, so that each and everybody can be held accountable for whatever his or her role is. And then we're saying in this district support coordination committees, where the member, you'll find that you'll have your district municipal management representative, the Department of Small Business District Champions, your provincial and local government, provincial economic development, your corporates, business development organization, funders, academia, and other people. And CEDA will also be part of that as well. That's it. I've tried to stay within my 20 minutes, Chairperson. Diabulele. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alex. It was quite interesting. I will give now the opportunity for the discussion. And remember that we had 4 presentations. The presentation from Mr. Losh, then the presentation from the Municipal Manager Stratu from Garden Route District Municipality, and then the one from Mr. Punta. I would like to give the opportunity now to anyone to raise their hands and pose their questions. But before you do that, please indicate to whom you refer the question to. You may start now by indicating who want to talk or ask the question. First up will be Councillor Cynthia Lenberg. You may proceed.
Good morning, Chair. My connection is a bit poor today, so if you allow me just to have my audio. Chairperson, I want to thank the 3 presenters today. I think it's not really a question, Chair, but really a comment and concern, which probably more addresses the first presenter from COCTA. I think that in principle, Chairperson, we can probably all agree to what the DDM aims to essentially achieve. But I have a serious concern in terms of the detail of the DDM. I have been diligently following the development of the district development model, Chair, and I'm still very unclear around the details and how in practice it will actually be rolled out. If I look at what both the presenter, the president, and the minister has been saying about the intentions of the DDM, and if you allow me to quote, it aims to integrate service delivery under a single development plan per district and per metro. And that single development plan will be developed by national, provincial, and local government. Now, Chairperson, this is where I am concerned because we do have an integrated development plan, and I understand that there will be guidelines developed to more clearly set out the relationship between the single plan and an IDP. But Chairperson, if we look at the description and the purpose of an IDP is a super plan for an area that gives an overall framework for the development of that area. It aims to coordinate the work of local government with the other spheres of government in a coherent plan to improve the quality of services and the lives of people within that area. So in my understanding in terms of the definition and the intention of IDP is that it is already a single plan. So I don't essentially understand why there is need for a single plan. And when we start talking about, and what has been referenced by the first presenter, the consolidation of grants, the incremental review of powers and functions within local government, as well as the development of a one planning legislature framework. In practice, Chair, all of those things may assist us in coordinating our efforts jointly and far more strategically between the 3 spheres of government. However, I am concerned, Chairperson, that what we are actually potentially moving towards, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is a centralization of government, of the local and provincial sphere to national, and potential moving towards the concept of a single public service. And so at this stage, Chairperson, I may have missed it, but I still haven't seen the findings of the pilot phases that have been rolled out in other parts of the country to really understand the intricacies of the development district model and how it has impacted the different areas where it's been rolled out. In addition, Chairperson, I think that we must also be mindful as we're having this discussion about the district development model plan to look at the broader governmental and legislative landscape at this point in time. and why I point out my concerns around the slow progression to a single public service. At the moment, Chairperson, we've already dealt with it, but there was the National Land Transport Amendment Bill. We have had discussions at a PC and an NEC level, but that particular bill, Chairperson, also looks at taking functions from local government and placing it in other spheres. At this very stage, Chairperson, we have the public comment process opening for the South African Police Service Amendment Bill, which will also essentially impact Metro Police. And we also, through that, Chairperson, through our interpretation, seeing a move towards a single police service. So I do want to very, very cautiously approach this topic, particularly with the fact that we have so little clarity around the details of the DDM, because I think that's essentially where we fully understand what the implications thereof. And so I do want my reservations around the DDM to be noted, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Limburg. At this stage, I will ask Mr. Losh to respond, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Limburg, for the comments and observations. The DDM is squarely framed in the broader legislative context in terms of the various and respective coordination roles that each sphere of government has. So it's not pushing the coordination role to one particular sphere of government. And that the DDM, and I think it was part of my opening remarks, is really there to strengthen what's already in existence legislatively, in practice, but also in policy, with regard to intergovernmental planning and budgeting from a coordination perspective. And I think that's where you spot on. The one plan, yes, you're right, the IDP is the building blocks of a one plan for a 5-year period. However, we have seen over the years, and I think it's in my first two slides, where, for example, and I'm going to isolate one example, where national and provincial plans don't correspond and don't correlate with what's happening at the local level in terms of what municipalities have documented, what municipalities have visited at a local level in terms of the IDPs. So the one plan, first of all, we want to connect all of those dots into one single joined up plan, one plan, but also secondly, the scope and time frame of the one plan is beyond the 5 years. And that is in connection and correlation with what the National Development Plan wants us to do when it comes to long-term planning. Thirdly, and this is very critical, the one plan will focus on catalytic projects that have been identified in these 52 spaces across the 3 spheres of government. So basically, putting these catalytic projects together and ensuring that those catalytic projects were developed by national, provincial, and local government together for a longer period, longer than 5 years. So the presentation of guidance, I think, starts to point towards the catalytic projects and the involvement of national and provincial departments. But Chairperson, I will gladly share the documents that we have, and I will be more than willing to also do a much more in-depth presentation on how we formulate and put the one plan together. But I will send the concept documents as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Losh. Khalil, can you pick up or any other questions, because I don't see any blue hands on my screen anymore.
Yeah, Chairperson, I think there's some comments agreeing with what Alderman Limburg has raised about centralization and the status of IDPs. I think that's a discussion we'll probably have to take forward. But otherwise, there's direct comments made to the CEDA, and CEDA has committed or responded and asked for specifics. so that they can take it up. Otherwise, I think the other comments, just general comments I have made, but I think the concern is about why we are having this discussion of the DDM when we have the JDA, and the Alderman could see the chairperson have responded that we don't want to be caught off guard as there are discussions of regulations coming out on the DDM, and we want to make sure that we're on top of the discussions. But certainly the JDA has progressed in the province, and we're continuing the work as the joint district approach. Otherwise, Chairperson, there's no other comments or questions. What is being suggested is that instead of taking a break, because people do at times to have their breaks, we're a little bit ahead of our time. Councillor Moses is ready to start the next session when we close this session. And the two speakers are Dr. Tracy Ledger and Stephen Kenyon is on the platform already. So if everybody's happy with that, then we'll do that. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Khalil. Then in short, I want to thank all the presenters of session 5 as well as session 6 for their inputs this morning. I think it was very good. And I will close the session now, session 6, and I say thank you very much to each and everyone, and I give over to my colleague, and he will proceed with the rest of the morning. Thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Can everybody hear me? For the sake of progress,
we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, very good afternoon to everybody. For those who don't know me, I'm Councillor Anthony Moses from the city of Cape Town, and obviously I will be chairing session 7. However, I was also notified there would be an evaluation link within the chat box, which we asked the colleagues to complete so that we can evaluate these sessions. And then secondly, I know it's Friday today, and I know I will be going through our sessions runs until I hope we don't run through the mosque hour for our Muslim colleagues if we do have on this platform. So we need to be sensitive as far as that is concerned, but obviously we will get guidance in terms of how we will proceed with that as well from our chairperson. Right, colleagues, so obviously session 7 starts now. And we're going to deal with, obviously, with the fiscal models or financial models within municipalities. And first on the line, we have Dr. Tracy Ledger, Senior Researcher at the Public Affairs Research Institute, which will obviously present to us. And then we have Stephen Kenyon, Chief Director of Provincial Treasury. So after both of them have presented, and then we will obviously be able to ask questions, or you can pop it just in the chat box, so that we can also take note of any form of questions and concerns that you are raising. And as the Khalil have already indicated, that the purpose for raising some of these topics is obviously so that we are not caught at the back seat, but basically to create already an awareness in terms of what might be the possible challenges and how we have turnaround strategies as far as this is concerned. So I'm going to give immediately over to Dr. Tracy Ledger. Thank you very much for coming out and presenting to us. You are on now.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to share my screen for the presentation. Well, that worked. Okay. Sorry, let me just get back to the large screen. Can everybody see the presentation?
We can see it.
Okay, great. So just this is a research report that we have recently completed, and what it was a critical review of the local government fiscal framework, and that built on work that we did in 2018, which was a review of the equitable share. It's quite a dense report. It's available on our website. I'm just going to give a brief overview of it here. So just the background to the research. I think that, you know, the background is known to everyone that many municipalities are struggling with service delivery. They're struggling to fill their developmental mandate. We've got problems with governance and financial outcomes. And so the real question we need to ask is what is the problem? And obviously there's more than one answer to that question. And the thing is that both operational issues, such as municipal capacity, skills in the municipality, resources, and structural issues contribute. But our assessment is that most of the focus is on trying to address operational issues, especially around capacity and capacity building. So what our research did is we had a look at the structural factors that are related to the local government fiscal framework. And the most important thing about the fiscal framework determines how much money is available in local government, and then what that money needs to be spent on. And the critical question around the fiscal framework is it fit for purpose? And what that means is that how does it do in terms of delivering all of the revenue that local government needs to finance in full the mandate that it has in terms of its constitutional obligations and other obligations? And the short answer is no, it actually isn't fit for purpose. And what we're seeing that although there's a general narrative that financial pressure and financial problems are only seen in poorly governed municipalities, we are seeing a lot of financial pressure on municipalities that get good governance outcomes. So in the last set of audit reports, we had 2 municipalities that got a clean audit, but still ended the year on a budget deficit. So when we started to have a look at this work, we started with what were the key assumptions with respect to revenue around the local government fiscal framework. And as all of you know, local government gets by far the smallest share of nationally raised revenue, only about 9%. And the reason for that is because the local government white paper made certain assumptions about the ability of local government to raise its own revenue. And those assumptions could be summarized as are set out in this table. And really, the bottom line assumption was that property rates and taxes and the money that could be earned on the sale of other services would contribute nearly 3/4 of the total operating expenditure requirements. That's across local government in aggregate. And the assumption was some municipalities would be able to earn more than that, and some municipalities would earn less than that. And the aim of the equitable share was to balance that. And if you have a look at that table, you can see that the biggest assumed contribution to operating expenditure in local government was going to be electricity sales, which was going to make up nearly 40% of total operating expenditure requirements. I think it's important to remember 2 things. The first thing is when the white paper was written in 1998, South Africa had one of the lowest bulk electricity prices in the world. So there was quite a good margin that municipalities could earn on selling electricity. The second thing that's important to remember, and that's something that we really have, I think, lost sight of over the last couple of years, is that these revenue projections also made the assumption that service charges were going to be affordable. The local government white paper didn't say local government can raise this amount of money if it just has carte blanche to set the rates whenever we want. There was a clear assumption that service charges would be affordable. This was a critical part of the social wage component of the RDP, which saw that the way in which government provided affordable services were going to compensate poor households for their lack of income and thereby address inequality. Also, the white paper was quite clear that if service charges weren't affordable, local government would actually not be able to collect revenue because people wouldn't be able to pay. So how does the current reality shape up against these assumptions? Now, that is not an easy question to answer because we can't just compare current revenue to current expenditure, because in theory, because a municipality is supposed to run a funded budget, it has to adjust its expenditure to the income that it expects to get. So the lower the revenue it intends to get, the lower its expenditure should be. So we have to make some assumptions about what the level of local government expenditure should be if it met all of its requirements. And that's quite difficult. We talked in the report of some of the things. But essentially what we did is we made a much more conservative estimate than that. And what we did at the beginning of each year is we just used as the proxy for operating expenditure what budgeted operating expenditure was, bearing in mind that that budgeted operating expenditure is still probably quite a lot lower than what operating expenditure should be, particularly if we consider the shortfalls in spending on infrastructure maintenance. So what was the summary? The report sets out in detail how we calculated all these figures. And what we can see across local government is that, in fact, if we have a look at all services and rates as a percentage of budgeted operating expenditure across local government, we're not anywhere near to that 73%. We're quite far short from that. Only the biggest metros are close to that 73%. That makes sense because they've got the biggest concentration of wealthy customers, but even they don't reach the 73%. We also see that in province, the Western Cape, which has the best governance outcomes, even that province doesn't get close to that percentage, which makes you question this linkage between good governance and outcomes. And the biggest reason for that is the shortfall of electricity, which doesn't come anywhere near close to that 37% it was supposed to make. Now, these figures were calculated using actual revenue. The situation is actually much worse because, as all of you know, the collection rates of actual revenue are not 100%. Just because you build someone doesn't mean people are paying. So if we have a look at the estimates of National Treasury of what is collectible, and we look at the estimates of what the Auditor General says is collectible, probably no more than 65% of actual revenue, which is the number we use to get that figure, can actually be collected. There's significant underbudgeting and underspending on infrastructure maintenance. As we said, most of local government in infrastructure is rated D, which means poor, or E, which means not fit for purpose. And it's particularly water and sanitation infrastructure that is rated not fit for purpose. So COVID-19 has exacerbated the situation, although it didn't create it. So in reality, we've got a situation where local government is probably able to fund in full no more than about 50% of its total operating expenditure requirements. Very importantly, we've all forgotten about the social wage, about the idea that local government was supposed to make available not just to poor households, but also to small farmers, emerging small enterprises, was supposed to make affordable services available to these customers. And this is a subsidy that's granted to poor households. Municipal services are a key part of the social wage that was envisaged in the RDP and in the National Development Plan. We've completely forgotten about this. And our focus has become on revenue collection at all costs to try and bolster up this inadequate fiscal framework that we have. And the solution means that we need to think about how we can address the challenges of collecting local government revenue while at the same time having a structure that makes services affordable for everybody that was envisaged to benefit from that in the white paper. So what could be done to fix the situation? I mean, the first thing is we're quite clear that we cannot continue with the situation forever. We cannot have a situation where we just cannot raise enough revenue to finance the full mandate of local government. The first thing is that better governance is necessary, but it's not sufficient. It's important, obviously, that not one single rand in local government is spent on fruitless and wasteful expenditure, or gets lost in corruption, or gets lost from mismanagement. But if we have a look at the amount of money that the Auditor General would admit every year is lost through fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which is a complete loss, and irregular expenditure where goods and services are not actually procured, that only makes up about 5% of local government's operating expenditure in aggregate. So obviously this would help, but it would not be sufficient to plug this enormous gap between revenue and expenditure. This people must pay approach that is often taken doesn't really reflect reality, although we would certainly say that the other parts of government that owe local government unpaid rates and taxes should certainly be made to pay as soon as possible, because we've created a situation where municipal tariffs are actually making poverty and inequality worse, when in fact municipal services were intended to reduce poverty and to reduce inequality. There's insufficient national funding to make up the shortfall. I know that some people say, yes, well, local government must just get a bigger share of the equitable share. I think we can all accept that in the current fiscal environment and given the enormous pressures on the fiscus and rising government debt, this is really not an option. So what needs to be done? Well, what we've recommended is we need to go back to the drawing board. We need to do an exercise to say, what is the actual realistic amount of revenue that local government can raise if we incorporate an effective social wage? And within those limitations, what is the optimum structure of local government that will fit that revenue envelope in order to deliver its constitutional mandate? But please, we encourage you to go and have a look at our website and read the full report. That's pari.org.za. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc, for that well-informed presentation. We really appreciate it. We will immediately go on to Stephen Kinnan to present to us, and then we will take questions after that. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I appreciate being here. While I call up the presentation, let me also just take the opportunity to introduce myself to the Provincial Members Assembly that I haven't met before. Some of you may know me from my previous life. So as you introduced at the beginning of the session, I am now the Chief Director for Local Government Finances within the Provincial Treasury at the Western Cape. Previously, I worked at the National Treasury until the beginning of August this year. So I'm very new in the province. I look forward to getting to know Team Western Cape. I think I'm quite familiar with municipal issues, but I think things are a little bit different in the Western Cape sometimes. The profile is different, and I look forward to engaging more closely with all of you. Let me not waste time though, and dig straight into the presentation. I'm going to take you through, I think it sort of builds on, Tracy has, Dr. Ledger rather, has set out a kind of a problem statement for the national picture of local government, where there is this kind of gap between revenue and expenditure, and at least desired expenditure for local government. I want to talk through the economic impacts of COVID-19 and what that will mean for national resources, and then also bringing that down to the level of the municipalities that the members of this assembly are responsible for. So I won't dwell too much on this slide, because I think in the introduction to the session yesterday, there was actually quite a lot, the introduction to the whole assembly yesterday, there was quite a lot of discussion about the national fiscal situation. And I remember the phrase that Minister Mboweni uses, the hippo's mouth, was invoked. And that top right-hand graph there shows you that widening hippo's mouth. So the main budget revenue is in red there. Main budget expenditure is in red there, rising, rising, rising. This is as a percentage of GDP, while revenue has really dropped dramatically post the COVID-19 pandemic. The estimate from National Treasury, there will be updated estimates at the end of the month when they table the MTBPS, but that this year they will collect 300 billion rands less in revenue than they'd budgeted for at the beginning of the year. And that's what's responsible for that kind of widening of the hippo's mouth. And it's notable, I think, for local government officials. Local government has to balance their budgets. Local government doesn't have recourse to borrowing to fund operating costs, right? Municipalities can and should borrow to fund investment in infrastructure. What Minister Mboweni and the team at National are doing at the moment is borrowing to close that hippo's mouth. And as a result of that borrowing costs money. And at the moment, of every 100 rands that you and I pay in taxes, 21.50 rand is being used just to pay the interest costs of that debt. So more than 1 in 5 rands of every tax rand that we pay in is used to service that debt. So that's clearly something that they have to manage down. It's something, as Dr. Ledger said, in this environment, there isn't kind of spare money within National. In fact, what National are saying is that on our current trajectory, South Africa is headed towards a debt crisis. And what we need to do is reduce national expenditure in order to make us less reliant on borrowing and a more sustainable economy. In the preliminary budget guidance, they were talking around a cut of 90 billion rand in next year's budget. That's across all three spheres of government, of course.
Stephen,
may I
the
interrupt you?
chairperson is trying to get your attention.
Yeah, Stephen, just your presentation, if you can just maybe just blow it up a little bit, because it's affecting the eyes of those that are over 40 already. If you
put
can
it
just
on
do that.
put it on presentation mode. There we go.
Is it not on presentation mode? Is that
it is now? It's now. It's not.
Okay.
Now it's off again.
Go back.
Showing your slides and your notes.
I'm going to stop sharing and bring it up again in a slightly different way. I hope you can still see me. Okay. Sorry, I think it was because I have a split screen here.
We realize that. That's it now.
There
Okay.
we go.
Okay, are you seeing this? Okay.
Yeah, it's better. Thank you so much. You can continue, sir.
Okay, so I'm hoping that Khalil will also share the presentations afterwards, because these first few graphs, by the way, are all in the National Treasury Supplementary Adjustment Budget, which I would recommend reading, and there will be updated versions in the MTBPS that they publish in 2 weeks' time. So the impacts for the economy now, subsequent to, those tables are all from the adjustments budget in June. Since then, the economic situation has only looked worse. At that time, National was projecting around a 7.2% reduction in the economy, similar to international organizations like the OECD. Those international projections are now around 11 to 13%. So again, we'll see the revised picture, but things are, the broad picture is that it's looking worse, not better. Okay, so how does this relate to the local government funding model that is our topic here today? So just to start from this sort of very simplified diagram of how the local government fiscal model is intended to work. The first thing to note, looking at that picture there, is the highly unequal nature of South African society and the South African economy. So you have these wealthy suburbs at the bottom there, you have poor households in informal settlements in some sort of RDP style development as well, township up at the top there. And those suburban households at the bottom there, those are non-poor households, businesses that are paying rates and taxes. Those are the core of the municipal revenue base. And it's very important that they're paying cost-reflective tariffs, that they're also paying into the general pool for services for the entire community. At the same time, there is a significant transfer of national funds through the equitable share and conditional grants. And the figures here don't quite align with what Dr. Ledger was talking to, because these are total budget numbers, not just operating budget numbers. But roughly speaking, the size of national transfers has increased tremendously over the last 2 decades. So people often complain about the 9% that is the local government share of the division of revenue now. When the division of revenue was introduced at the beginning of the century, in 2000, it was only about 3%. So it's kind of threefold increase as a share of the national budget, and that was at a time when the national budget was growing. So really valuable, which is part of what pushes down the other categories that dependence on own revenues. So essentially, those rates and charges are very important, the national transfers are intended primarily to provide that social wage to poor households, primarily in the form of a basic amount of free basic services. And the really interesting dynamic in municipalities that you should have is that as households move out of poverty and into some kind of lower middle class to middle class status, they begin to contribute to that revenue base, first through service charges and later through property rates as an area develops. And that's the kind of virtuous circle that you want to see. It's kind of the opposite of what we're going to see now in a period of economic stress. So obviously the COVID-19 pandemic is going to put pressure on that municipal revenue base, and we'll talk a little bit more to those dynamics in the next slide. But I would just point out that the national revenue base is the same as the municipal revenue base, right? So it's those same households that are paying service charges, that are paying VAT nationally, that are those same suburbs that are paying income tax. It's their shares that are paying corporate income tax, etc. Hopefully all of those are paying the sin taxes, etc. if they're consuming. You know, it's one revenue base. And I think, you know, so there isn't like an exogenous, there isn't an external source of funding that can come and kind of change this dynamic. We have to work within this, which is what makes what happened, that note at the bottom of the slide, the most important feature, which is the question around efficiency and leakages in the way we collect revenue and in the way that we deliver services. And that's really the things that I think the municipalities in this room have the most control over. And I think those are also the most important things for making this work, especially at a time of economic stress. Okay, I think this was my most important slide, so I'm going to speed up here. When we look at what the COVID impacts are going to be on each of those components of that earlier slide, on the national transfers, what we're going to see is a reduction in transfers for sure. It's going to be a very strange experience for municipal budgets. And I think from the provincial treasury, we really want to kind of give loud warning to municipalities in their planning, because you've received this additional equitable share in the special adjustments budget. So on that blue line there, what you would normally expect is an equitable share transfer that grows at a healthy rate at around 8 or 9%. This year, you've seen the equitable share jump by about 25%, 24% in 1 year. So tremendous growth. Even if we just went back to the previously published equitable share allocations, you would get a smaller equitable share next year than this year. But going forward, what's likely to actually happen is that those equitable share transfers, because of the cuts in national spending and certainly conditional grant transfers, will actually be reduced by more than that. We're just using here the amounts from the draft budget guidelines from the National Treasury that are publicly available. There'll be an update to this in the MTBPS at the end of October that'll give a clearer guideline. We are hoping for smaller cuts on the equitable share. President Ramaphosa's announcements last night may have some implications for conditional grants. There may be additional support. You know, there's talk about employment creation in municipalities through labor-intensive infrastructure, etc. So we'll have to see how all of that pans out. But the risk is clearly on the downside. Okay, then let's talk about what's happening in the center of that picture in the actual communities and what we know about that. And I'm drawing here from the CRAM survey and the technical details at the bottom of the slide, but we saw a tremendous increase in unemployment during the lockdown period. And if you look at the slide at the top here, this graph shows metros, cities and metros in green had this big increase in unemployment. Cities and towns had an even bigger increase in unemployment. Rural areas had some increase in unemployment. And by the way, rural areas is not rural municipalities here. This is meaning households that live on farms and traditional land. And what this survey finds is that, so this is April during the hard lockdown, this increase in unemployment, which I think anyone would have expected. There's been some recovery since then from April to June, in metros, there's been some recovery in employment. In towns and cities, there's been a recovery, but in rural areas, there really hasn't been. And if you look more closely within urban areas, you're seeing suburban customers and informal settlements recovering employment, and townships and peripheral areas not. In fact, you're seeing, if you look into the income groups, the richest 25% of the population, which is the revenue base of municipalities primarily, only saw a 3% loss in employment, which helps to explain why some of the revenue impact on some of our municipalities hasn't been as severe as we might have feared at the beginning of the lockdown. Whereas the poorest 50% have seen the biggest loss in employment. And the recovery seems to have taken hold at the top end of the market, and at the bottom end, people are struggling far more. So there'll be much more demand for those free basic services, much more need and much more desperation in our communities, which I'm sure this chimes with what you experience in your municipalities. So there have been hits. We've already talked on all three spheres of government on the revenue. I think during the hard lockdown, the figures we were getting from metros were around a 30% knock in revenue, but they've largely been able to recover that. In fact, at the end of the financial year, Western Cape municipalities were reporting around 97% of their expected revenue. This is after adjustments, budgets, etc. But revenue held up. Clearly COVID had an impact on reducing revenue collection, but I think it could have been much worse. Most municipalities in the province adjusted their collection rates downwards in the special adjustments budget, but we saw some of them outperform those and perform more in line with previous estimates, which is very encouraging. And the Western Cape did hold up a little bit better on the revenue side, it seems, than the rest of the country as well. Our guidance to municipalities on how they should be responding in preparing their own budgets. The first point I think I've already emphasized enough, plan for a likely reduction in transfers. Don't expect an increase. If anything, there's going to be a reduction. Maximize revenue collection efforts. And I think it's really important here that unlike the province, I was listening to provincial politicians talking about the budget preparation process at the province yesterday, and it is just a very different conversation because the provincial budget is almost entirely transfers from national. So the whole provincial budget can't really make strategic decisions until they get the final numbers from national. Whereas in municipalities, you at least have the control over the bulk of your revenue in most municipalities. And so you kind of hold your own fate in your hands in that sense, which in the current context, I think is an advantage. Review all expenditure and reduce costs wherever possible. So aggressive implementation of cost containment regulations and even going beyond those. In the last financial year, we saw Western Cape municipalities save over 600 million just through the implementation of those regulations. So if we can go beyond that in future, if we can identify further cost containment measures, that really does make a difference. Prioritize functions that support the reopening of the economy. I think that's very important because there is that feedback between your local economy and your revenue, obviously, and your residents, and ensuring that you maintain funded budgets. The last thing you want to do, make sure if you're seeing revenue under pressure, make sure that you're cutting expenditure to match that. The last thing you want to do is end up in a position which is what happens in a lot of, we have 3 municipalities that adopted unfunded budgets in this province, which is one of the lowest rates in the country. In other parts of the country, the municipalities had unfunded budgets when this pandemic hit. That means they had no shock absorbers. That means they had no space to adjust. They were already living beyond their means when the flood came. And so it's really important that as a prudent measure, I mean, it's a legal requirement to have a funded budget, but you know, it is such an advantage in this province that municipalities take that seriously. And I think from the council, it's really important that the council makes sure that you're holding your officials to account, that they are preparing funded budgets for you to consider. Last set of slides on spending pressures. This just shows the growth in different categories of spending within municipalities, because I think we all need to dig more deeply through what's happening on the expenditure side. And what you see here, the green line is bulk purchases. And that's a very fast growing category, which is not to anyone's surprise, given especially what's happened on the cost of Eskom bulk electricity, right? But the blue line is employee related costs. And I think it's quite striking that in spite of the rapid increases in Eskom prices, employee related costs have actually outpaced that growth and have overtaken bulk purchases as the biggest cost in municipalities. And just to say that in the Western Cape, actually, our spending on COE is above the national average. So it's not a problem that doesn't affect the Western Cape. And the reason for that is quite simple, is that wage costs have grown. You know, the wage settlements are in blue here, the percentage increase each year over the last 2 rounds of the 3-year wage agreements, and inflation is in the gray. And I mean, in every year except one, the COE growth is just a lot more than inflation. So this is, you know, municipal wages have just grown very, very rapidly. And then lastly, just to close with a slide on the ongoing support that the Western Cape Provincial Government does provide to municipalities. And I think it's well timed with the previous presentation that the joint district metro approach, how we brand the DDM model in the province is at the center of that. Just to highlight 2 things from this at the top, that the Provincial Treasury has provided COVID economic impact reports to each municipality to support your understanding of the local economy. We'll shortly be publishing the municipal expenditure, the MERO, the economic outlook and revenue outlook for municipalities. And then at the bottom, really to emphasize the need for ongoing collaboration between municipalities, SALGA, and National Treasury with the Western Cape Provincial Government in responding to all of these issues. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Stephen, for that. Colleagues, is there any questions for our first presenter, Dr. Tracy Ledger? Any questions in relation to the presentations? Okay, there is one hand from Derek Hendrickson. Okay, Derek.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, thank you very much for the 2 presentations that we've got. And I think it's important that we understand what's happening out in the world. But Chair, one of the things that both the presenters has not touched on was the effect of the known corruption that has been exposed. You know, none of them has touched on that. Then also, Chair, just to maybe add a comment, I mean, just yesterday it was reported as well that you find there's a bigger recovery, and it's all over the world, when the lifting of the lockdown regulations is that upper tier of our communities that recovers, and I think it was brought out again today. But we will find in the municipalities that we found ourselves in the revenue collection, it's that middle class and below that is struggling to pay their municipal accounts. And where none of them has talked about how municipalities will have to relook at their debt management policies. You know, our officials are tied in the policies. If people don't pay their accounts or doesn't make the necessary arrangements or qualify, then their services get blocked. I'll use an example. Take electricity. Most people are on prepaid electricity. But there's also, the electricity is also one of the bigger revenue collection mechanisms of municipalities. So when people is on a prepaid electric meter and they can't pay their municipal bill for water, electricity, for other services, the electricity get blocked. But then if people can't buy electricity, then the municipality is also losing that income stream. And I would like to see a way of how municipalities can be advised through provincial treasury and even SALGA to say, look at a way of not even losing that revenue income. Municipalities are not allowed to make a profit, but there's a margin they put on electricity. And we found that 40% of our income comes from the sale of electricity as well. So I think there need to be some sort of innovative way of how we look at this. But also is, you know, and I will touch on the issue of corruption. There's mention about unauthorized irregular expenditure, but nothing has been mentioned about if there's any corruption at municipalities. I'm not saying there is, but also through this whole COVID exercise, you know, municipalities have moved money, but what has provincial treasury has done in their oversight to check if there was and what the effect will be. And why I'm mentioning this, Chair and colleagues, is that the municipality is the organization and the sphere of government that is the closest to the people. And the people, we are the ones that are providing the services, not provincial government or national government. The municipality that I'm in Stellenbosch, I mean, my colleague or the presenter from provincial treasury will know, municipalities' housing, social housing grants has been cut. That will affect on people that had the expectation of would have gotten houses within the next year or two. But all municipalities throughout the Western Cape, provincial government has reduced the grants for delivering social housing, and that will come this month to most municipalities' adjustment budgets. So what I'm trying to say, Chair, is we need to be guided by these presenters to guide us municipalities through SALGA. How do we change our policies to not have a revolt of people of service delivery, cutting their water, cutting the electricity, which is an essential service? If it means that government must come to the party and give more to the equitable share, because municipalities is going to find themselves in big financial strain, Chair, because more and more people will become indigent and will qualify for writing off their debts, etc. And I think if the presenters can maybe give us some guidance on how this needs to be addressed, I'll appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Derek, thank you. I guess there's two types of questions coming out. The one issues about the one first thing that he highlighted about the issues of corruption that also have challenges on municipalities, and also the impact on the communities at large and changing of policies. So I'll first give to Tracy if you want to respond to that, and then to Stephen after that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. I think on the issue of corruption, you know, obviously every cent that's lost to corruption shouldn't be lost to corruption. But the reality is that if we have a look at corruption in South Africa, the biggest problem is the money that's been lost in the state-owned enterprises and in national and provincial government. The amount of money that's lost to corruption, and there, you know, as you all know, we can't just take the total figure of irregular expenditure as a proxy for corruption, because even the Auditor General says for most of that money, goods and services were procured. So yes, we need to do everything we can to improve governance and to reduce corruption. But actually, the outflows that are due to corruption in local government are in fact probably less than is lost in the system due to distribution losses, for example, leaking pipes, theft of electricity, and those things. We need to address all of the leakages in the system. So our position is that addressing the leakages in the system are necessary, but they're not going to be sufficient. And I think what the questions highlighted is, first of all, this issue of inequality. It's quite clear that the economic fallout from COVID-19 is not equitably distributed. It is significantly going to reduce inequality in the country. And that makes it even more important that we have a functioning fiscal model, because we need a fiscal framework that allows municipalities to extend affordable and or subsidized services to a much larger number of households than are currently getting the free basic services. Most of the, no, not most, but a significant percentage of households that qualify for the free basic services across South Africa are in fact not getting them. And that's to do with problems with registering indigents, but it's also got to do with the fact that a lot of municipalities use the equitable share that comes for free basic services to prop up the rest of their expenses. So what we find ourselves in with now between the people who live in a municipality and the municipality is a lose-lose situation. The municipality isn't getting enough money, but the reality is that there are millions of households that are choosing between whether to feed their children or to pay their municipal accounts. And our exact point that we're trying to make is we can't carry on like this. We are trying to squeeze the life out of a system that just doesn't have any more to give us. We need a new system. We cannot continue with municipalities not having enough money to fund their operations, and at the same time, millions of households that are actually being put in a worse position exactly because of this financial pressure. We need to take a step back and go back to the drawing board and say, it's fine. In 1998, we embarked on a huge democratic experiment in local government. It represented a radical restructuring of the way in which local government works. We had to make some assumptions about how things would pan out. It's logical to assume that after more than 20 years, not all of those assumptions would have worked out. Nobody can perfectly foresee the future. I know, I'm an ex-economist. I know we can never perfectly foresee the future, but we need to take a step now. We are literally flogging a dead horse. We need to take a step back and say, this isn't working. It's not working for anyone. We need to start doing things differently. So the issue, Hendrik said, is not how do we change our policies, because there's only so much you can do with changing your policies. We need to, as SALGA, as organized local government, needs to lobby for a fundamental change in the system instead of trying to make a broken system work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Doc. Stephen, you want to have any comments on that?
Sure. Thanks, Chair. And I mean, I appreciate the comment from Councillor Hendricks. Sometimes we're oddly shy to talk about corruption and to use that word explicitly. So I think it gets opaquely referred to in both my presentation and Dr. Ledger's presentation as kind of efficiency and what have you. But I mean, corruption is a key part of that, and we should call it what it is. I think and although, I mean, Dr. Ledger is right that the big money corruption in South Africa probably is in you know, SOEs and what have you, the effective corruption at the local level can be quite invidious in that it's not just the funds that are taken by an official or a councillor or whatever, but it's the effort to get hold of those funds compromises other productive work, right? So you get wrong people appointed into positions in order to steal relatively small amounts of money, but then they can't do the actual job that they were supposed to, and you set off a kind of a chain reaction of bad things in the municipality. So I think, you know, the rands and cents is not the full picture there. We really need to think about the broader efficiency gains on those corruption and those cost containment measures and the way they've been implemented. And if we can further strengthen that, provides you a very good counterexample of what can be done, that it can save real money. You know, and people weren't being wasteful previously necessarily. But an aggressive implementation of measures like that, each one, you know, the savings on one venue may not seem huge, but if you can hold a strategic planning session in your own offices or in a school building that's for free rather than, you know, going to a hotel or whatever, whether the hotel is owned by somebody's cousin or not is not really the issue. It's a saving. Whether there's an allegation of corruption or whatever is really not the point there. Okay, then on the questions around the recovery, I mean, I see economists are referring to the recovery as K-shaped, this very unequal recovery. So that we were hoping for a V-shaped recovery where things went down really steeply and then would go up really steeply. And that seems to be happening for the people at the top end of the market. So you've got this kind of K divergence where for people at the top, things are going back up and things keep going down for people at the bottom. And it's a really awful situation. It does mean, and I think we must be honest about, one of the flaws of the local government revenue model is that it's very reliant on the wealthy households, to relatively wealthy households at the top. But that means that at least, that is the part that's recovering, and so it does protect some of those revenues. I agree the middle class households are important part of that revenue picture in municipalities, and they are under stress. We're seeing not as bad as the bottom end of the market. Our advice from Provincial Treasury is to adhere to the municipalities' existing credit control policies. So to implement those. All of your credit control policies do have exemptions, right? So there are measures where people lose jobs, etc. Within existing policies, there are ways to negotiate with the municipality, to defer payments, etc. What you don't want to do is get into a situation where you're giving blanket exemptions that to people who can pay, because the whole system is just too precarious to kind of be that generous. And also, if there's one takeaway you take from my presentation, don't expect National to ride to the rescue with another bailout in the way that 11 billion addition to the equitable share came this year. That is very likely to be a once-off. Don't count on that. It should be noted, though, that I mean, there was this very significant announcement in the President's speech yesterday, which was the 3-month extension for the COVID relief grants. Because that, that CRAM survey that we were talking about, the impact on how, what little evidence we have of data on the impact on people, I mean, that shows that those kind of grants really do find their way into poor households, and benefit the poorest of the poor. So there is, in the picture of broader relief, municipalities should also be cognizant that provincial government and national government are also providing relief that does have tangible benefits for your communities. So when you think through that relief package, don't forget about those other elements. Don't feel like the full weight has to rest on the municipality as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for that, Doc. I would agree with the Dr. Ledger that obviously we need to move towards a much more systemic transformational approach on how we're going to address these issues. And also, as you have pointed out, Stephen, we have to look at ways on how do we save money in very particular areas. And one of the things that I've been looking at is the issue of supply chain. And I'll give you an example. You pay about 10 Rand for a Coke at a store if you buy directly. If you go via supply chain, it costs you 50 Rand. So those are some of the challenges which we need to obviously look at, and how do we address that in a much transformative way within our municipality in looking at how do we save money. Obviously, I will closely look at, because I see progressive capital expenditure reports every month, and every time my eyes goes to the exact problem that you have highlighted, the issue and the cost about wage. But also something that we also have to consider, we cannot also move away from the people that really make services happen within our community. So it's a fundamental aspect to look at in terms of staffing strategies, your HRD management processes, in order to address those particular issues. Colleagues, I'm not sure if there are any other concerns that's being raised, but I see that Stephen and you and Doc have received some remarks. And basically, it said that it's well capsulated in terms of addressing certain issues, cost control measures, the value-added services that needs to be addressed, and the infrastructure. And basically, it will look like it will cause a collapse in basic services within our communities, which Derek have obviously alluded to. So, colleagues, is there any further questions to our two well-informed presenters here today? Any more hands? I haven't seen any more hands. No more questions. So, colleagues, that concludes your sessions. Thank you very much for well-informed presentations, I must say. So, thank you very much once again.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks very much.
Okay, colleagues, then I hope our next presenters are ready. Can I just get an indication whether they are ready for us to go?
They are ready, Chairperson. They can load. Barbara can.
Okay, so we have obviously Dora Marema, that the Morema, yeah, the portfolio head of municipal sustainability of SALGA, and as well as the Ketu, that will obviously the specialist on municipal health, also for SALGA, that will speak to us firstly about the transformation of local government through environmental compliance, climate safe investments, and leveraging economic opportunities in the environmental sector. And then secondly, building environmental health capacity. So obviously, if our first presenter is ready, then you can proceed. Thank you very much and welcome as well.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I don't know if my presentation is being loaded.
Okay, Miltonet, can you load Dora's presentation, please?
Ah, there we go.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much, Chair, for this opportunity. As I've been introduced, my name is Dora Marema. I am the new Municipal Sustainability Portfolio Head, based at the head office in Pretoria. I'm going to take you through a presentation, and I have my colleague, Taylor Chauke, who should be in the call to at the end when you've got questions for us to take you through it. I'm going to talk about highlighting the problem statements for environment, climate change, and economic opportunities in the environmental sector for municipalities, and inform you about the revised local government support strategy and the priorities for the near-term 2020-2021 APP, as well as the strategic partnership for priority projects that we are undertaking. Next slide. So the problem statement in terms of environmental management services is that, as many of you might be aware, that environmental management is a concurrent function between national, provincial, and spheres of government, leading to no homogeneity across municipalities, meaning it's done differently in terms of the range of environmental management functions, and that there's still no clarity in assignment and resourcing of these functions within municipalities. So in terms of the legislation mandate, the powers and functions, there is duplication, there's also conflict and inconsistency in the interpretation of the provisions of environmental related legislation, as well as municipal related legislations. And we find that this creates a lot of confusion and uncertainty within municipalities. We just held a seminar at the end of last month, and this issue really came out very strongly from the participants who were at that webinar. And the next point that I want to highlight is around the regulatory instruments and tools. There is quite a proliferation of standalone frameworks, strategies, policies, norms and standards, bylaws and guidelines, and other plans that often result in duplication, conflict, and again, inconsistency, as well as increasing burden of monitoring, reporting, review, and revision on the part of municipalities. And the other thing that we want to highlight is around the institutional capacity constraints. We continue to witness limited homogeneity of institutional models, structures. Municipalities continue to face the challenge of limited staff capacity, and as a result, resulting in operational backlogs in terms of licensing and applications for licenses. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. The other issue that we want to highlight is the inadequate municipal environmental performance and inconsistent support from provincial and national departments for municipalities, and that result in the poor state of environment in municipalities with regard to pollution, littering, degradation of biodiversity, and overgrown open spaces. And there is a big challenge of non-compliance with legislative and regulatory requirements, where there's basically no review of environmental sector plans within the legislated timeframes. The challenge of promulgation and review of environmental bylaws, in particular for air quality management, waste management, national resource use management, and coastal access. The issue of development and review of open space management strategies, as well as the enforcement of the bylaws to control access, occupation, activities in municipal open spaces. And we have also have been making a lot of remarks on the issues of environmental impact assessments, the applications thereof, and the authorizations within the legislated timeframes. The challenge of reporting on activities on environmental management inspectors, the issue of designation and training of these environmental management inspectors. Reporting on ambient air quality monitoring continues to become a challenge, and there's ongoing failure to process the AEL licenses within legislated timeframes as well, and as well as loading those on electronic systems. So many people prefer to still process them manually, and that poses a challenge. And in terms of the issue around climate change, everyone by now understands that climate change is a challenge that we face as a country, but also as the world, and it is basically an issue that cuts across all the issues that we have to deal with. And however, there is no defined mandate again here, and therefore no specific financing instruments and resources for municipalities to be able to implement climate actions, as well as policy and huge knowledge gaps on both vertical and horizontal alignment. On the issue of the powers and functions, the climate change bill provides a framework that sets principles. Municipalities within that bill are mandated to develop and implement climate change response plans, but they don't have a fiscal environment. There's no fiscal allocation for for these climate actions and plans to be put in place. Another challenge of regulatory instruments and tools is that there is limited vertical alignment of sectoral compliance and measurement tools. Another challenge around institutional capacity constraints in this area as well, particularly in secondary cities and districts and smaller municipalities. No standards regarding municipal human capital and institutional models. the issue of the funding that I have mentioned, huge funding gaps for this work, especially in secondary cities, small towns, and local municipalities. Next slide. So the economic sectors that are considered to be the culprits in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, as we know, are energy, transport, solid waste, wastewater, and public buildings. And these really require high levels of capital investments to implement lasting emission reduction solutions and build climate resilience within municipalities. So in terms of the national low emissions development strategy that is put together by DEF, for the emissions reduction goals, in terms of energy, there is a huge need to decarbonize energy supply, meaning focus on renewable energy and other forms of energy, including biofuels. We need to also, municipalities, to reduce and manage the energy demand, introduce things like solar water heaters, energy energy consumption standards in commercial and residential buildings to assist with energy demand. In terms of transport, there's a need to accelerate to modal shifts and for the development of integrated rapid public transport networks, focus on fuel economy norms and standards for fuel efficiency. In terms of waste, we need to focus on waste management hierarchy of waste avoidance, waste reduction, reuse, recycle, recovery, treatment, and disposal activities, which potentially contribute to a reduction in emissions from material life cycles. Next slide. So the other area that we want to also talk to you about or focus on is the economic opportunities in the environmental sector. Municipalities, we find that they have not taken advantage of the economic opportunities that exist in this sector, apart from the EPWP programs. You know, there is Operation Pakisa programs, and they have implications and opportunities for municipalities, although their targets have not been fully aligned or absorbed, but there are opportunities that can already be taken advantage of. So what we think is that there's a need for these Pakisa programs to be implemented with close alignment to municipal spatial development frameworks, integrated development plans, environmental plans, and sector-specific infrastructure plans, and budgets and investment frameworks. Next slide. So with all of those things that I've mentioned, we are currently working with the Department of Environmental, Forestry, and Fisheries to revise the local government support strategy program. Firstly, to assist with improvement of environmental compliance. So the first part being environmental compliance, we are currently lobbying for the majority of municipalities to be supported. So we're looking at district municipalities, local municipalities in particular, and some metros to be supported on certain compliance aspects. And then we're hoping that through this process, we can also be able to address the non-compliance that are attributed to several factors and failures like, you know, staffing, lawmaking, enforcement, reporting, planning, and budgeting. And that those municipalities that are compliant and are meeting their regulatory requirements are also supported with staffing and some of the resourcing needs. Then the second element is to create an enabling environment, a legislative, policy, and fiscal framework. So we are working on a devolution framework that will recognize that form follows function and funding, and environmental management, recognize environmental management as a function which is all concurrent between national and provincial spheres, and translating to police weaknesses and funding gaps for supporting the role of local government. that we are, that there is prioritization to, for the devolution of the functions, which will commensurate resources and intergovernmental cooperation and support. On the capacity and skills development for the environmental sector, we have been engaging the DEF capacity building unit to basically review and focus on profiling of municipal projects and developed and also developing the district development model that will indicate large capacity deficits for highly skilled personnel in the environmental sector in local government. That will also, through that program, will support the interventions to come up with tailor-made programs that will assist with building skills base for environmental governance and compliance within municipalities. We are also working on an environmental compliance benchmark for local government. And with this, we intend to prepare a benchmarking report with indicators for the consequences and accountability framework that will potentially be adopted to assist municipalities. Next slide. So basically, this picture here is a sustainability journey or maturity levels of municipalities. So basically, it's indicating that municipalities are not at all on the same level. So you've got majority of the municipalities that are at a pre-compliance phase. You've got some municipalities which are working towards level 1, which is more around compliance and regulatory enforcement. Then you've got a handful of municipalities at level 2 that are beyond compliance, meaning participating in competitions like Greener City, Cleaner City, investing in local investment, being investment of choice and investing in green infrastructure and assets. Then you've got the level 3, which is the aspiration for all of the municipalities, where there has to be a lot of integration that is done, recognizing the interconnectivity of the various aspects of sustainability and applying the NEMA principle as well. Next slide. So from the SALGA point of view, what we are focusing on in this 2020-2021 APP, you can see, is the environmental compliance benchmark, which I spoke about, which will assist municipalities with accountability issues as far as environmental management compliance is concerned. Then on the other hand, we are working on the issues of capacity through the review of the local government environmental support program, where we're identifying the capacity development issues, as well as identifying various initiatives that municipalities need to comply on, which is waste, air quality, and climate change. On the bottom, we are focusing on sustainability issues, reviewing the PAKISA programs and making sure that they are all aligned to the priorities of municipalities, and that municipalities are able to identify economic opportunities that are embedded within that program. We are also introducing a program which is called City Sustainability Program, which will be implemented with in partnership with South African Cities Network, as well as the Treasury's City Support Program. Then we are working on the quadrant on resilience, which looks at climate proofing of infrastructure, and working with municipalities to basically review their infrastructure plans from a climate change perspective, to make sure that the plans are climate proofed. And we're going to be working here with all the districts and the metros, but as well as working with MISA. Next slide. So from this slide, I'm just going through the partnerships that already exist that SALGA has managed to broker. The first one is the partnership between SALGA, the CSIR, Department of Environmental Affairs, Forestry and Fisheries, MISA, and the local government SETA. And this project, this partnership focuses on the rollout of the Green Book for climate adaptive and resilient planning, and the climate proofing of infrastructure, where we will develop a guide that will assist municipalities to review their infrastructure plans. And in this project, we are also working with some research institutions, including the Northwest University, where we are also looking at the municipal environmental compliance benchmark, which I spoke about. Next slide. Yes, I think that's it. Thank you so much. And my colleague Telly is in the call. I don't know if she would like to add.
Is the colleague there?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Dora. I think I really don't have much to add, save to maybe assist with responses to any inputs and questions. But I think you've covered everything that we'd like to communicate to the PEAC.
Thank you, Tali, for that. Very well presented, Dora. Thank you. I know it's quite a lot of information, but it is a necessary subject in terms of with your focus on the issue of compliance, which is a huge challenge within our structure. So definitely it is something that one could really think a lot about, and how do we apply it. So thank you once again for that. We will immediately go, colleagues, on to the next presentation, which will be the building the municipal environmental health capacity with Seketo. If you are ready for us, we are ready to go.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session, Councillor Moses, to the leadership of SALGA in the province, distinguished guests and colleagues. As indicated, my name is Seketo. I'm the specialist responsible for municipal health services at SALGA National Office. I'm not sure if I can share the presentation on my side. I think I've managed to share on my side, just to check if you are able to see something, Chair.
We can see
on the other side. Okay, let me put it in the presentation.
There we go.
Mode. Thank you.
You passed the test.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this presentation is to highlight municipal health capacity challenges in the province of the Western Cape, to highlight the implications of not providing appropriate in municipal health services, and to recommend for the progressive appointment of environmental health practitioners. In fact, based on our mandate, we just want to share information on that and to provide our advice. In terms of the mandate of local government in relation to municipal health services, this is a constitutional mandate of local government as provided for by Schedule 4B of the Constitution. Section 84 of Municipal Systems Act, Structures Act, further clarified that this is a functional area of the district. And again, Section 32 of the National Health Act also made a provision that metropolitan municipalities and district municipalities must ensure effective and sustainable provision of municipal health services. So, and local municipalities can only provide the service through assignment. In terms of the Western Cape, the service is currently provided by the 5 districts and the 1 metro, as it has been envisaged. In terms of what is all about municipal health services, it's inclusive of, amongst other things, the water quality monitoring, food control, waste management, the health surveillance of premises. This includes the inspection of childcare facilities, the schools and all that. Surveillance and prevention of communicable diseases. I think we will be very much familiar with the infectious and communicable diseases. Issues pertaining to vector control, issues pertaining to environmental pollution control, and disposal of the dead. I think we have dealt much with this during this COVID pandemic. And then moving to the next slide, talking to funding. I won't dwell much on funding. I think Stephen presented on funding, except to say that municipal health services is expected to be funded like other municipal services. Municipal health services is also receiving equitable share allocation through the community services component. Currently, it's sitting at 10 Rand 39 per household per month. However, in relation to the services which are funded or the allocation under community services component, there is an issue of revenue adjustment factor, which further, reduce the original allocations. So I won't dwell much on the issue of funding. What I want to dwell much on is on the issue of human resource for municipal health services. The National Environmental Health Policy of 2003 and the World Health Organization guidelines have set a norm which talks to one environmental health practitioner should service a population of 10,000 for effective and sustainable provision of municipal health services. And again, there is also a provision for use of environmental health graduates under the community services program to assist government in the provision of municipal health services. So the next slide will then be talking to the current capacity situation in the province of the Western Cape in the 5 districts and the 1 metro. With regard, in fact, the population that I've reflected on and this capacity analysis is based on the 2016 community survey, meaning that the situation could have worsened now given that the latest mid-year population statistics, which was released in July, puts the province of Western Cape just over 7 million population, meaning that the province as a whole will require about 700 environmental health practitioners to can effectively provide a service. But based on the 2016 community survey population estimates, the Cape Winelands district require about 87 environmental health practitioners. They are currently having 50 of them. They have got a shortfall of 37. And in terms of that ratio that I have reflected on earlier, one environmental health practitioner is servicing a population of 17,000 instead of 10,000. Central Karoo, they are required to have 7 environmental health practitioners. They are currently having 4 with a shortfall of 3. And the ratio, 1 environmental health practitioner is servicing 18,000 population. The city of Cape Town, with over 1 million population, require about 400 EHPs or environmental health practitioner. They were sitting at 219 with a shortfall of 181 with a ratio of 1 EHP servicing 18,000 population. Garden Road, they are supposed to be having about 61 environmental health practitioners, currently having 23 with a shortfall of 38, and then with a ratio of 1 environmental health practitioner servicing 26,000 population. You will see the impact thereof. Then Overbeck, with the required number of 29, currently having 10 environmental health practitioners with a shortfall of 19. I think it's the most understaffed one in the province, where one environmental health practitioner is servicing 29,000 population. West Coast, with a required number of 44, currently sitting at 29 with a shortfall of 15, and a ratio of one environmental health practitioner servicing 15,000 population. So based on the 2016 survey population estimate, the province is having a shortfall of 293 environmental health practitioners. So what this basically means is that over 3 million population of the province are at risk of contracting diseases, are at risk of getting sick and dying from preventable diseases. So the envisaged long-term impact of this capacity arrangement is that the new normal post-COVID will require local government to develop, review, and effectively enforce bylaws to ensure adherence to new social norms, which could include wearing of PPEs in some designated areas. So in the main, environmental health practitioners are the officials who have been tasked in enforcing compliance and monitoring in these areas. I think many of you, in particular executive mayors and accounting officers will be aware that they were working very closely with environmental health practitioners during this pandemic in the different structures which were established in the province. There will also be increased demand for municipal health services over and above what is being provided by municipalities and what has been recommended by the norms and standards, meaning that there could even be demand for more frequent inspections of shelters for the homeless, for schools and childcare facilities. Currently, we have a norm and a standard which require for such facilities to be inspected once per quarter. But given the current situation, there will be demand for frequent inspection, and that will mean demand for more environmental health practitioners. There will be also increased number of informal businesses which will open due to high number of people who will be unemployed post-COVID. A number of those will open informal businesses, your saloon, they will start selling food on the streets and all that. So that will require more frequent monitoring and of course enforcement, which is done mainly by environmental health practitioners. The other implications thereof of us as local government being the custodian of this function, not providing this service effectively, could lead to loss of life, like I indicated earlier, resulting from preventable diseases. We could have communicable diseases such as respiratory diseases and diarrhea emanating from different environmental sources. We will have non-communicable diseases caused mainly by pollutants in other areas. The outbreak of diseases, COVID being one. Most recently in 2017-18, we had listeriosis. And you will recall that this group of professionals were the ones at the forefront of investigating the source and managing the outbreak. It will also link to what Dora has just presented, it will lead to environmental degradation resulting from, unsafe practices in relation to waste management, pollution control, pollution of groundwater sources, pollution of land and all that. We may also have litigations from consumers who could come to municipalities to say, we consumed unsafe food, and this is as a result of the local authorities not doing the necessary inspections, not doing the necessary monitoring and enforcement. We will also have a situation where we could have Section 139 interventions where the provincial government could want to, take control of the function. if we fail to deliver on the function. And lastly, we end up having situations relating to bogus environmental health practitioners. And I think also in the province of Western Cape, there was also a case recently of one person who claimed to be an environmental health practitioner, found soliciting money from some of the businesses. So in many cases where people see that environmental health practitioners are unable to reach some of these places, they take advantage of the situation and rob our business people and also our consumers. I think in brief, Chairperson, that is all what I wanted to share with the PMA, and also to recommend that municipalities should progressively appoint environmental health practitioners to address the backlog and also to ensure safe and healthy environment. Consider the appointment of environmental health graduates under the community services program, and also ensure the full capacitation of the existing staff complement you have in other municipalities where environmental health practitioners do not have adequate tools of trade. They are not trained as peace officers, they are unable to enforce. And so we call for full capacitation of EHPs in these areas. And lastly, also to indicate that where you have got environmental health practitioners who are full capacitated, they are also able to generate revenue for municipalities through enforcement, through applications of permits, and anything related to that. Thank you, Chair, for the time. I think this brings me to the end of my presentation. I will be in the platform to take any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Seketa. You ended off by sounding like a soft steward for the EHS sector. So well done in terms of highlighting to us, obviously, the possible challenges in terms of the environmental health sector. Obviously, I look at the previous presentations with the previous presenters that have highlighted the issues of employee-related costs that currently is taking up most of the money within our municipalities. So that obviously, in terms of your findings, if we have to synergize your findings in terms of what was previously presented, obviously it is a question that one can dig into and find maybe possible solutions. But be it as it may, I just want to ask colleagues, is there any questions? There was one remark from one of our presenters here. Not one of our presenters, one of our colleagues. And it's Dr. Anli Rabi. Dr. Rabi, would you just come in and just voice the comment that you've made? Maybe you can express it in a much better way.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, my post is quite clear, but I want to say that over a very long time, this issue has been the subject of conversation. And perhaps time has arrived for Department of Local Government, Department of Treasury to check on our budgets and our organograms, whether we have made sufficient provision for the appointment of EHPs. I find that the appointment of these staff members do not take the preference and priority preference on the budgets as it should. It is our district municipalities' constitutional mandate and imperative to render the service, and yet I do not think on the ground it necessarily receives the attention that it must. And in closing, it could also be that there is a shortage of capacity in the open market, possibly the salaries, especially in the more rural districts, do not meet with the expectations of especially young entrants to this market. And perhaps what we should as a conference outcome take forward is that we have a distinct and a definite engagement with the EHP fraternity to come up with solutions that will address this problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Doc. And then also, I also want to add my sentiment in terms of obviously asking the question because it seems there seems to be an imbalance of where the situation is more imposed on from a provincial and also from a local government level of whose responsibility it is first. But I want to ask the clarity-seeking question to you, Saketo, is that whose first responsibility is primary healthcare fundamentally? And maybe from that point of departure, one can then go into, once we have found that answer, is then to look into that, how do we basically operationalize the challenges and obviously possible solutions to what we are addressing currently. If you can maybe just also in your response just answer those particular issues as well. Saketo, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe to start with your question, the primary responsibility for primary healthcare services rests with the province. I also need to indicate that municipal health services is a separate function from primary healthcare services, in as much as it contributes to primary healthcare services, given that the services which are under municipal health services are preventative services. So therefore, they contribute towards the prevention of diseases. So in fact, if we can even strengthen municipal health services or environmental health services, we are certain that more people will not seek treatment, more money won't be spent on curative services and all that. I also want to fully agree with Councillor Ravi that this matter is long overdue. We have consistently through the national summits and all that been advocating for more capacity in this area. However, nothing much has been happening. And when it comes to the municipal level on the ground, it appears that other services or other municipal services are prioritized over this service, even though there is also an equitable share linked to that, and even though it's a constitutional mandate of local government. I just need to indicate that the cost of losing life can't be compared to any other cost. We can continue building nice houses, building nice roads, and all that, but at the end of the day, we may end up not having people sleeping in those houses and driving on those roads. And lastly, Chair, I also need to indicate that in terms of the capacity in the market, as reflected on by Councillor Rabi, we are having a number of graduates who are unemployed in this area. There are a number of young people who have graduated, who are sitting at home, some of whom are working as security personnel, others are working as cashiers in different environments. Recently, on the 29th of October, during the commemoration of World Environmental Health Day, which was held jointly with the Department of Health, World Health Organization, and the International Federation of Environmental Health, the environmental health fraternity called for an indaba which should deal specifically with the issue of capacity, because given the threats of climate change and all that, we are still going to be in a situation like we were during listeriosis outbreak and during COVID. So there is really a need for us to strengthen the provision of this service. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, any other questions? I don't see any other hands up. Then once again, thank you, Dora and Saketu, for enlightening us on key challenges within the environmental health sector as far as the issue of compliance is concerned. And then also, Saketo, raising to us the various gaps within the market of your EHS practitioners. And then also for making it clear whose fundamental response it is currently in terms of the primary healthcare and as well as municipal healthcare. So once again, thank you very much for that, colleagues. We are doing currently very well We are almost at 1 minute to 1. So we will immediately proceed to the session 9, which will obviously the presentation and the adoption of let me just say it again, the presentation and adoption of the 14 PMA declaration, which will be done by the Provincial Director of Operations for SALGA in the Western Cape, Khalil Mulaji. So, sir, I'll give over to you to obviously take us through that process. Once again, thank you very much for all our presenters that have previously presented. Very well-informed empirical evidence. Thank you very much. Khalil, over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. Can you see the responses on the evaluations on your screen?
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to take you through that first before I do the declaration.
Okay.
We've had 42 responses, and it is still open for others to complete the forms if they can. Magda says I must increase the size, but I'm not sure if I can. But just to show that on the one question, was the information on how to access the virtual meeting helpful? And here you can see 97.6% said yes. So it gives us a comfort that out of the, I think at that time it was about 93 participants still on the platform, with about 50% of people responding, majority feels it's comfortable. The second question was, how did you find the format of the remote meeting? And here you could see 73% said very effective, 19% said somewhat effective. You might not see it, so I'm reading it. And then 4.8 said somewhat ineffective. Then were you able to actively participate in discussions? And here we'll see 94.9% said yes, and only 5.1% said no. How effective was this meeting? And you'll see there the results is very effective, 69.2%, somewhat effective, 25.6%, neither effective nor ineffective is 5.1%. How likely are you to recommend similar meetings? I think there's the responses to that. Promoters 20, passive 16, detractors 5. What is the primary reason for your score? I think it says it all. It's convenient and cost effective. This is the first ever PMA held virtually. Any other comments? Thank you so much for insightful session. So that was just the responses to the evaluation forms. But if people can still complete forms, it will be useful. Now I'll share the declaration. And if I can find that now, show all windows. There we go. So Chairperson, this is just a rough draft. I'll put it on full mode. This is a rough draft which the PEC will process and put more meat to it. But let me go to the first page. So on the first page, just that we, the representatives, gathered, and this is both municipalities and stakeholders, reaffirm our commitment to realizing our developmental local goal mandate as set out in the Constitution of South Africa, and commit to the objectives of the NDP, the SDGs, and the African Union Agenda. We further commit ourselves to the objectives and principles of the Back to Basics strategy and the JDA approach. We hereby adopt this declaration in the firm belief that it paves the way towards improved and accelerated service delivery. I'm just putting in brackets that we had 23 municipalities that attended. Of those 23, 2 were not in good standing. 2 of those are in discussions of making arrangements. Those are the 2. There were 3 apologies, and then 3 confirmed attendance but did not attend, and 1 did not confirm at all. And the next slide, recognizing the challenges posed by the volatile economic climate and reduced revenue streams on municipalities as a result of COVID-19, the impact of climate change on the environment, economic growth, rising poverty, inequality, and unemployment, increase in violent crimes, especially violence against women and children, acknowledging attempts by government to improve governance through various interventions, including the district development model, the back to basic program, cost containment measures, and review of legislation. I'm not going to go through these 4 slides here, but it's basically capturing in some detail the issues that was raised during the different sessions, as well as this 3 years. So it's the different sessions we captured and noted all of those comments, but here trying to just summarize those detail points. So we're noting the inputs made by the Corruption Watch, Social Justice from the University of Stellenbosch and the Ethical Institute, and the responses by the Minister of Local Government on the subject of corruption, governance, and ethical leadership. We also note the presentation by Professor Maronsela and Pali Leshlola on the Swartland pilot project, and which is an initiative of the University of Stellenbosch, with its emphasis on how to respond to COVID-19 within the context of social justice, as well as the request made by the professors to upscale this project nationally, but using Swartland as the pilot, the challenges related to Section 139 interventions, the continued challenges with debt owed by organs of state to municipalities, progress with the next upper limit notice, the undertaking by the MEC of local government to support financial recovery of municipalities in the province, the presentation by Dr. Garden Root and the CEDA on the JDA model within the Western Cape, the need to address the fundamental change in the local government finance system, the financial constraints of and the impact it will have on allocations of local government, the capacity needs of environmental health in municipalities, the transformation of local government, environmental compliance, climate change investment, and leveraging economic opportunities. So the PMA therefore resolved to commit itself to support the planned national dialogue that will translate into code of ethics for local government, support SALGA's position and stance in relation to the amendments of the Municipal Structures and Municipal Systems Act, support the NEC decision to petition the President of the Republic not to assent the National Land Transport Bill until the constitutional challenges are resolved, support the establishment of the interventions unit within SALGA to foster cooperative government and approach to Section 139 interventions, support the stance of SALGA on electricity reticulation and efforts to engage intergovernmental structures to address the ESCOM challenge, support the development of the draft land acquisition and disposal policy for consideration by municipalities, and efforts to engage on a holistic process to address the land issue in the country, support the government efforts to stem the effects of COVID-19 in relation to the rising unemployment, poverty, inequality, and efforts to revive the country's economy, recommend the discussion on building capacity on environmental health in local government, and engage the EHP fraternity to engage the proposed placement of community service environmental health practitioners for graduates in municipalities, and continue to support local government towards transformation of local government through assisting with environmental and climate change support programs. We are putting in bold at the bottom, Chairperson, the PMA also raised its reservations on the DDM and the move towards the centralization of government. And that's a debate I think we can have going forward in SALGA. Chairperson, that's the declaration for adoption by the plenary or PMA.
Thank you, Khalil, for that information. I must state the last concern that you have raised in terms of the declaration is exactly the challenge that I picked up in terms of the district model, where they highlight the triangular approach and instead of a much more relational model, which shows us that if one leg collapses of the triangle, then the whole system collapses. So in terms of your representation, it's obviously a much needed discussion that needs to be addressed. Colleagues, I just want to ask, is there any other questions that you want to raise in terms of the presentation that was presented to us? Any questions, any concerns?
Anthony, there's a hand from Hanley Linde.
Okay. Anli, thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mulaji. Colleagues, I'm just a little bit worried. I agree with the reservation on the last slide, but on the first slide of Khalil, we are putting the DDM and the JDA as synonyms to one another, interchangeable with a slash. And given our reservation, I just think we should rethink that, please.
Thank you, Anli, for that comment. Khalil, you please take note of that.
Chairperson, thanks, MM. We will take note of that.
Okay, is that the only response, Khalil, that you are giving in terms of the issues that was raised?
It looks like a chairperson, and if the chairperson can then just ask if there's any objections, the draft declaration will be tabled at the PEC for further discussion and refinement.
Okay, colleagues, are there any other objections to this presentation? Do we all agree?
There's a hand from Anli Rabi.
Again.
Not again. Am I right?
I must see your hand.
Chairperson, I just want to support the proposal from Khalil with the adjustment as proposed by Hanbi.
Thank you for proposing. Is there a seconder to it? There's a seconder, Councillor Limburg. Colleagues, so we accept the presentation that was done. Thank you once again for that, Khalil, for your input in it, and also summarizing it in a very effective way. I immediately going to give over to the chairperson, Alderman Anton Kutsi, that's going to obviously do the closing remarks. Colleagues, taking into consideration, we were supposed to close 2 o'clock, but we are now at 11 minutes past 1. So obviously we'll finish way before the time. Chairperson, over to you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you very much for chairing this session. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, I don't usually take long in closing a meeting like this, but there are a couple of things that I need to say. Like I said yesterday, it's been our first PMA meeting. It's been the first one on a virtual platform. And I have to say that the motion brought by Mayor Dudley Coetzee a year ago to take a look at the recalculation of the fees took a completely different flavor this year. Our meeting next week in front of the NEC is going to be very interesting because we're not talking about fiction anymore. We now have the facts. I think that the meeting that we had over this past 2 days could well have saved us in the region of about 300,000-400,000 rand in doing it in a virtual platform. It's going to be a very interesting discussion at the NEC. And I just want to say, Dudley, there's a reason why I held back with your motion during the course of this year, because I knew I'm going to have the figures to take to the NEC, and I now have them. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. What is more interesting to me is the fact that we did this without any glitches. It was comfortable. The only glitch we had was not being able to get hold of Yochi, and that was our mistake because we couldn't unmute him. And Yochi, for that, I really apologize. And it's not because of this or that. It's because I really wanted to hear what you had to say. And we were poorer for not being able to afford you that opportunity. So please accept our apology for that. As far as I'm concerned, that is the only glitch that we had over these 2 days. I'm not going to deal with each of the sessions. I thought the topics were good. I thought that the debate was stimulating, and I also thought the topics were relevant. I could see today there was a little bit of an uncomfortable feeling about this joint district approach and this whole discussion. But guys, you must understand that if these are the discussions that are currently being had on a national level, then we have to bring it to you, whether you like it or not, because you need to know what's going on. And in the Western Cape, we inevitably will consider everything and take our own decisions, because that's what we do. This is the Western Cape. This is not the rest of South Africa. The one presenter from Treasury at the end, I just want to get to his name, who comes from National Treasury, Stephen Kenyon. Yeah, Stephen. Him and Dr. Tracy Ledger had a brilliant presentations, but I'm not going to single people out. But what I want to say, Stephen said, sometimes things are different in the Western Cape. Stephen, not sometimes, my friend, always. The Western Cape works. I gave you the examples yesterday. And you'll get used to it, and you're going to love the Western Cape, especially being in finance. I have to say thank you to all the speakers. I really enjoyed it. It was, like I said, I think it was 2 good days. I also owe a debt of gratitude to our Deputy President, De Vos, from the Eastern Cape. It was great that he could attend, and it was also nice, the things that he pointed out and lifted out to us yesterday. The 2 councillors that were nominated to become our representatives to the legislature, Helen Coetzee and Lindy Potgieter, thank you very much for availing yourselves for this position, and welcome. We will start working together soon. I'm sure that Khalil will get hold of you in due course and discuss this position with you and what your responsibilities are. I specifically enjoyed the chat column. I liked the debate during the sessions. I liked the questions that came in. I also liked the ability to answer immediately. And then, of course, some of the questions that came in were excellent. All in all, I think we had a very healthy session. And like I said, I enjoyed it. I hope you did too. I want to thank the deputy chairs for chairing the sessions. It was great and it worked well and it gave me a bit of a break. And also, once again, I want to thank the members of my PEC for their support and their continued leadership in this province. And we are not quite at the end of the term yet. We still have some work to do. So there's a couple of months ahead of us still. Of course, I need to thank the administration. Once again, the staff of SALGA was brilliant in rolling this members' assembly out. Without them, obviously, this would not have been possible. For those of you who have to travel to get home, I want to say travel safe. But more than that, I want to say keep safe. Because remember, we're not out of COVID yet. While I ate breakfast this morning, I had a look at the figures and the amount of people who got ill within the last 24 hours. Guys, the figures are still high. And we are still under lockdown 1. So wear your masks, exercise social distancing, exercise good hygiene, wash your hands, and all round, just keep safe. We're not out of the woods yet. So, ladies and gentlemen, until we meet again, goodbye.
You didn't thank the caterers.
No, the food will be delivered with Uber.
Bye, Chairperson. Thank you, Khalil. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Bye, Deputy Chairperson Khalil and Chairperson. Bye.